Hello everybody and welcome to my newest challenge for Digimon World. So as always, my character I name after myself, my proper name, Jesse, and then my Digimon I name GA968, obviously after my account name, my YouTube name, my online name, and I answered the first two questions so that Agumon would be my starting Digimon. The first question of do you have a Digivice? If you say yes, then you get asked if you prefer day or night. Saying day results in your starting Digimon being Agumon. Saying night results in your starting Digimon being Gabumon. And if you say no to having a Digivice, then you get asked if you have friends. Saying yes results in Agumon being your starting Digimon. Saying no results in Gabumon being your starting Digimon. I said no to having a Digivice and yes to having friends, which resulted in Agumon being my starting Digimon. I wanted Agumon to be my starting Digimon, and I also answered the questions truthfully. I don't have a Digivice, not anymore anyway. I mean, I did, sort of like between the age of like 10 and 12, but, well, and before then, but don't have a Digivice anymore, and do have friends. Not many, admittedly, but I do have a few at least. And so this challenge, it's a mixed type challenge. You get 3 different Digimon types in this game. Vaccine types, data types, and virus types. I did a Vaccine Solo challenge for this game, where I had to complete the game and earn as many prosperity points as possible, while only being allowed to have Digimon who are vaccine types. Then I did a data type solo where it was the same challenge, except I was only allowed to have Digimon who were data types. And then I did a virus type challenge where it was the same challenge, except I was restricted to only being allowed to have Digimon who were virus types. This is a mixed type solo, where I have to start with a Rookie Digimon and Digivolve all the way through to an Ultimate. So Digivolve from Rookie to Champion, and then from Champion to Ultimate. And I have to complete the game and earn as many prosperity points as possible. And the restrictions this time is that out of the 3 Digimon that I'm going to have, they all have to be of a different type. I've started the game with Agumon, who is a vaccine type, and therefore with my champion Digimon and ultimate Digimon, one of them will have to be a data type, one of them will have to be a virus type. So I either have to Digivolve to a virus champion and then data ultimate, or data champion and then virus ultimate. All of my Digivolutions have to be natural. I'm not allowed to use any Digivolution items or have any special Digivolutions. And I've also included a rule that I'm not allowed to Digivolve to Numamon or Muncymon for reasons I'll explain shortly, although I try not to speak during battles, so we'll just see this battle out before I go any further. As I was saying, I'm not allowed to digivolve to Numamon or Muncymon because had I started the game with Gabumon, who is a data type, I could digivolve from Gabumon to Numamon and then go to Toy Town and digivolve from Numamon to Muncymon. Numamon is a virus type, Muncymon is a vaccine type, Gabumon is a data type, so I would have been fulfilling the restrictions that I'm going by, you know, the type solo, having to use one Digimon of each type. But I thought that you know, digivolve into Numamon and then Muncymon could be seen as a cheap way of getting an ultimate Digimon, a cheap way of getting a big stat boost from digivolving to an ultimate Digimon. I mean, had I picked Gabumon, who is a data type, then I could have well, I would have had to have the two Digivolutions, you know, one of them would have to have been a vaccine type, one of them would have to have been a virus type. So either go from Gabumon to a virus champion and then a vaccine ultimate, or go from Gabumon to a vaccine champion and then a virus ultimate. But I haven't started with Gabumon, I've started with Agumon. And after doing some basic training and defeating and recruiting the Agumon in the native forest, getting meat from Tainamon, and also the items that Tokamon gave us, and putting most of them in the item bank, I'm now making my way to the Cola Point with the intention of speaking to Colamon and having him take us to the tropical jungle. And I'm going to be keeping Agumon awake against his will, and you'll notice that I just scolded him there as the clock struck a new hour. Reason for that is because if the clock strikes a new hour when your Digimon wants to sleep, then your happiness and discipline goes down, and I think it also can result in your Digimon becoming sick if it happens a certain number of times. But if you produce an animation as the clock strikes a new hour, then your happiness and discipline doesn't go down, and you don't make any progress towards becoming sick. There are different ways of producing animations. You can feed your Digimon, you can offer your Digimon an item of some sort, or you can praise or scold your Digimon. Maybe there are some other possible things that you can do. I chose to scold Agumon as a way of producing an animation. Scolding does decrease your happiness, but it increases your discipline. So instead of your happiness and discipline both going down, one of them goes down, whereas the other goes up. And I chose to scold because my discipline is significantly lower than my happiness. Had my happiness been lower than my discipline, then I probably would have praised instead. But my decision was to scold because my discipline is inferior to my happiness. Okay, we're about to recruit Betamon, which will bring us up to 2 prosperity points. Then I will go to the Amida Forest, and we'll be aiming to recruit Centauramon, which will bring us up to 4 prosperity points. Although the plan isn't to succeed at the Amida Forest immediately, because there are 3 items that I would like to get from the Amida Forest: a mouldy meat, a happy mushroom, and a high speed disc. I want a mouldy meat because in order to take the first step towards recruiting Frigimon, you have to go to Friesland with a Digimon who can't tolerate cold weather very well, and have your Digimon become sick, and then Frigimon rescues you. The quickest and easiest way to go about this is by making your Digimon sick by giving it a mouldy meat. There's a 100% certainty that your Digimon will become sick if you give it a mouldy meat. So in the interest of seeing to the first part of Frigimon's recruitment, I'm going to be using a mouldy meat. And then the Happy Mushroom and High Speed Disc, they are items to be traded with the Moldramons in Friesland, which will be progress towards recruiting Moldramon. So for the time being, I'm not going to be picking the correct exit. You can see I've speeded the video up. As I was saying, I'm not going to be picking the correct exit. I'm going to intentionally be going to incorrect exits until I get the 3 items that I'm after. I'm just going to be repeatedly going through the Amida Forest until I get the 3 items that I'm after. With the method that I use of getting through the Amida Forest, I'm able to get to the exit on the left without getting shot. And before I go any further on that, I just want to say that it occurred to me that Agumon probably isn't far away from needing the toilet, and he wants to eat, but I'm going to feed him now so that I produce an animation as the clock is striking a new hour, and he does now need the toilet. Now what was I... Oh yeah, I can go to the exit on the left without getting shot. I can go to the exit in the middle and the exit on the right, but it requires getting shot, which means that for the time being I want the exit on the left to be an incorrect exit, so that I can you know, go to the wrong exit without needing to get shot. And I pause here to see if it's worth discarding something so that I can pick up the orange banana. You know, if I feel that it would be a good trade to lose something in exchange for the orange banana, but I decided to leave the orange banana. When I get to the point where I do want the correct exit, ideally it would be the exit on the left, because I won't have to get shot in order to get to that exit. I do have a mouldy meat and high-speed disc, and I was about to say that I'm waiting for a happy mushroom, but I'm not waiting anymore. The correct exit's in the middle, which means I'll have to get shot. Also, I need to make room for the happy mushroom. I've done that by discarding the portable potty. And with the HP that I had, getting shot would have sent me back to the start. But by giving Agumon a small recovery, I was able to get shot without being sent back to the beginning. And here is Centaurimon. We are up to 4 prosperity points. In order for Euramon to tell us about the invisible bridge at the Great Canyon, we need to have a minimum of 6 prosperity points. You get 1 prosperity point for recruiting a Rookie Digimon, 2 prosperity points for recruiting a Champion Digimon, and 3 prosperity points for recruiting an Ultimate Digimon. There are, however, 3 Champion Digimon who aren't considered to be very good, and because of that they only get you 1 prosperity point, and they are the 3 Filth Digimon, Sukamon, Numamon, and Nanimon. We've recruited 2 rookies, Agumon and Betamon. Both of those Digimon gave us 1 prosperity point, which is 2 prosperity points in total. Centaurimon, who's a champion, gave us 2 prosperity points, bringing it up to 4 prosperity points. If we return to the Cola Point, we will recruit Colamon. He's a champion. That will be another 2 prosperity points, bringing us up to 6, which is what we need in order for Euramon to mention about the invisible bridge. Although Euramon isn't available 24 hours a day, Euramon becomes available at 7 AM and remains available until 6 PM, but isn't available once you get to 7 PM, and then won't be available until 7 AM the following day. So at the moment we're not in a position to speak to Euramon because of the fact that Euramon isn't available at the moment. It's currently 1 AM, and therefore it's 6 hours until 7 AM, 6 hours until Euramon will be available. Well, 5 and a bit. It's about 5 and a quarter hours until 7 AM. Agumon wants to eat, but I'm not going to feed him yet. I'm going to wait until it's almost the next hour so that I can get an animation out of feeding him. Here we go. I ignored the Dragon Eye Lake earlier, which meant ignoring the computer in here, which has a medium MP. I also ignored the computer in the tropical jungle, which has a medium recovery, and I haven't collected that medium recovery yet. The reason for this was because I didn't know what items I would be getting from the Amida Forest, and I thought that it would be a better idea not to collect the medium MP or medium recovery straight away, so that I would have more inventory space for the items in the Amida Forest. If I was to collect a medium recovery or a medium MP from the Amida Forest, then when returning I would collect the item from the computer. In this case I did collect medium MPs from the Amida Forest, and because of that I did collect the medium MP from the computer in the Dragon Eye Lake when returning to the city, but I didn't collect a medium recovery from the Amida Forest, and because of that I didn't collect the medium recovery from the computer in the tropical jungle because I didn't have room for it. But I will be going back to the tropical jungle in the near future, and I will be able to collect the medium recovery from the computer when I next go there. I've chosen to keep Agumon awake against his will, and the reason why I've done that is so that I have more time to make progress with Agumon. There's a lot of progress that I would like to make, a lot of things that I would like to do. Time is a limited resource, and because of that I'm choosing to keep Agumon awake instead of letting him sleep, so that I have more time in order to see to the things that I would like to see to while I have Agumon as my Digimon, before digivolving to a champion Digimon. I've, kept Agumon awake against his will, and I plan to do that on each day that I have him as my Digimon. I don't plan on letting Agumon sleep at all. I plan to keep him awake against his will every time that he wants to sleep for all of the hours in which he wants to sleep. Not sleeping will affect tiredness, but we can combat that by resting in the clinic. Resting here is pretty effective, and also you have to speak after recruiting Centauromon. You have to go to the clinic and speak to him in order for Unimon to appear at Mount Panorama. And then by speaking to Unimon and aiding him, he will then join the city. which will give you 2 prosperity points, and he works at the item shop. But in order for him to show up, you have to recruit Centauramon beforehand, and you have to speak to Centauramon at the clinic so that your character is aware of the clinic. Because Unimon is injured in Mount Panorama, and after aiding him, you tell him that there's a clinic in the city and that, you know, he can receive treatment from the clinic. If Centauramon hasn't been recruited, then there won't be the clinic. And if you don't speak to Centauramon in the clinic, then your character won't be aware of the clinic, which doesn't create any opportunity for you to mention about clinics to Unimon. And Unimon simply won't be at Mount Panorama, eliminating any chance of encountering him or recruiting him. We have now spoken to Euramon, and Euramon has said about the invisible bridge. In the not too distant future, I do plan to go to the Great Canyon, and then Freezeland, and then Misty Trees, Gecko Swamp, Gear Savannah, Mount Panorama. And I've sorted out my inventory, getting the items that are needed for the things that I plan to do. I've got the mouldy meat for making Agumon sick in Freezeland. I've got the happy mushroom and high speed disc for the Moldramon trades. I've got small recoveries because I plan on battling the Otamamon at the Gecko Swamp. I don't have MP floppies because I don't think I'll need to recover my MP. And I want to take up as little inventory space as possible. I have meat because I would like to feed Agumon when he wants to eat. I want to be avoiding care mistakes. Now I have autopilots because you never know when one of those might come in handy. Sometimes you can end up getting stuck, and then you have to use an autopilot in order to become unstuck. I've got Digimushrooms in my inventory, and when exploring, I have been going out of my way in pursuit of Digimushrooms, as well as other items as well, such as like happy mushrooms, blue apples, Dulux mushrooms, etc, etc. And I'm going to continue to go out of my way in pursuit of Digimushrooms and other items. The reason for this is because Digimushrooms are another item that can be traded with the Moldramons in Freezeland. So trading Digimushrooms will be progress towards recruiting Moldramon. Not only that, but if you trade Digimushrooms, you get medium recoveries in return, which is a very good trade. medium recoveries recover 1500 HP. They cost 500 bits to purchase. And medium recoveries are another item that's needed for Moldramon trades. So again, more progress towards recruiting Moldramon. And in return for medium recoveries, you get super defense discs, which is another very good trade, because you can sell those for 2,000 bits, which means that every Digimushroom that I collect is effectively a medium recovery, effectively a super defense disc. So every Digimushroom that I collect is effectively 2,000 bits. And when you see things from that perspective, it makes Digimushrooms seem a whole lot more worthwhile. I mean, they're a basic item. They make your Digimon a bit full, which is the same as what meat does. You can only sell them for 50 bits, but you can trade them for medium recoveries, which are a lot more valuable, and then trade those for super defense discs, which are even more valuable still. There are 3 Moldramons in Friesland. They each have 3 items that they want. They all offer 3 trades, which means that there's 9 items in total, and you have to trade at least 1 of each item with all 3 of the Moldramons in order for Moldramon to join the city. And the Moldramon who you do the 9th and final trade with is the Moldramon who will join the city. That will mean losing the ability to do trades with that Moldramon, because you can no longer trade with the specific Moldramon that joins the city, but the other 2 Moldramons remain in Friesland and you can continue to trade with them. One of the Moldramons wants Digimushrooms, which we've got, Happy Mushrooms, which we've got, and Super Carrots, which we don't have at the moment. One of the other Moldramons wants High Speed Discs, which we've got, Giant Meats, which we don't have at the moment, and Black Trouts, which we also don't have at the moment. The final Moldramon wants Medium Recoveries, which we have, and we're about to collect another one here. And I spent most of my money purchasing Medium Recoveries from the small item shop in the city, because I plan to trade those Medium Recoveries for Super Defense Discs, and then sell the Super Defense Discs at a large profit. The Medium Recoveries that will come from trading Digimushrooms, those too will be traded for Super Defense Discs and sold at a profit. As well as wanting Medium Recoveries, the Moldramon also wants Omni Floppies, which we don't currently have, and Digi-Anchovies, which we don't currently have. But we have 4 of the 9 items, which is reasonable progress, almost half. Being a vaccine type, we can't enter Greylord's Mansion. You need to have a virus type in order to be able to enter Greylord's Mansion, but that's okay, we haven't come here to try and enter Greylord's mansion. We've come here to recruit Barkamon. That is done. Another champion Digimon recruited. Another 2 prosperity points, bringing the total up to 8. Just to go over Digivolutions. So Agumon can Digivolve to 6 different champion Digimon: Greymon, Mirrormon, Birdramon, Centaurumon, Monochromon, and Tyrannamon. I've got a Digivolution guide in front of me, which tells me the possible Digivolutions and how to achieve the Digivolutions, what the requirement is. And I've got something else in front of me which contains information about various Digimon and items and places and all things like that. From putting Greymon in, I can confirm that Greymon is a vaccine type. Now I'm putting in Mirrormon. He is a Data type. Birdramon. Vaccine. Centaurumon. Data. Monochromon. Data. Tyrannomon. Data. Right, so Greymon was vaccine, Mirrormon was Data, Birdramon was vaccine, Centaurumon was Data, Monochromon was Data, Tyrannamon was Data. That means that we can't Digivolve to Greymon or Birdramon because they are both vaccine types, which is what Agumon is. Therefore, we have to Digivolve to one of the 4 other champion Digimon, all of whom are Data types. Those 4 Digimon are Mirrormon, Centaurumon, Monochromon, and Tyrannamon. There are 4 things that influence Digivolutions: stats, weight, care mistakes, and bonus condition. Bonus condition can be a number of different things. It could be the Digimon that you have, the number of techniques that you've mastered, how full your happiness is, how full your discipline is, how many battles you've had, possibly some other things. I'm just looking at it now. Happiness, discipline, battles, techniques, Digimon. Okay, I did list all of them. And a Digimon can have more than one bonus condition, but it doesn't matter if you fulfill 1 bonus condition or 2 bonus conditions or 3 bonus conditions, it will only count as one. You know, the bonus condition is only one of the things that influences Digivolutions, so it'll only count as one regardless of whether you fulfill 1 bonus condition or 2 bonus conditions or 3 bonus conditions or however many bonus conditions you fulfill. Out of the 4 things that influence Digivolutions, you know, stats, weight, care mistakes and bonus condition, you have to fulfill 3 of them in order for the Digivolution to be possible. If you don't fulfill 3 of the requirements, then it won't be possible to Digivolve to the Digimon. And if you don't fulfill 3 of the requirements for any of the Digimon that your Rookie Digimon can Digivolve to, then you'll end up Digivolving to Numamon. Bringing our focus onto curling, my general rule is that if I have any pegged stones, use them first, because wherever they finish, they'll be there for the rest of the game. It's impossible to, you know, knock them off their spot. It's impossible to knock them about. Then I use my heavier stones, because it's harder for your opponent to knock your heavier stones about, you know. It's harder to, when you like slam a stone into a stone that's already down, it's harder to, you know, knock heavier stones off their spot. It's harder to knock heavier stones about, which is why I use heavier stones first and lighter stones later. You know, lighter stones, it's easier for your opponent to knock them about. And do we have the opportunity to get the perfect score here? We only need 2 more points. I mean, we're not going to gain anything from getting the medal, but we've managed the perfect score, which means we're going to get the medal. There it is. Well, I didn't anticipate that happening, and we're not going to gain anything extra from it, but it was still nice to get the perfect score and get the medal. You know, no complaints there. And as I was saying, yes, it's easier for your opponent to knock about your lighter stones, you know, knock them off their spots, which is one of the reasons why I try to preserve their use until later. And also, you might end up in a position where you yourself need to knock your opponent's stones off of certain spots, you know, knock them about. And when it comes to knocking stones about, the lighter stones are better at it than the heavier stones. It's because of those 2 reasons why I use the heavier stones first and the lighter stones later. And yes, bringing attention back to Digivolutions, you have to fulfill 3 of the requirements. A minimum of 3 of the requirements in order for it to be possible for your Digimon to Digivolve to the Digimon that you are aiming to Digivolve to. And I produced an animation as the clock was striking a new hour by giving Agumon the mouldy meat and making him sick. That's all of our medium recoveries traded. And this is the bit where Frigimon rescues us. So if I go over the Digivolution requirements, starting with the 2 Digimon that I don't want. Greymon, the stat requirement is to have 100 attack, 100 defense, 100 speed, and 100 brains. The care mistake requirement is a maximum of 1. The weight requirement is 25 to 35. And then there's 2 elements. There's 2 potential bonus conditions. One of them is to have a minimum of 35 techniques. The other is for your discipline to be at a minimum of 90%. Birdramon, the stat requirement is to have 100 speed. The care mistake requirement is a minimum of 3. The weight requirement is 15 to 25. There are 2 possible bonus conditions. One of them is to have Biomon as your Rookie Digimon. The other is to have a minimum of 35 techniques. And then moving on to the Digimon who we will be able to have without breaking any rules. Miramon, the stat requirement is just 100 attack. The care mistake requirement is a minimum of 5. The weight requirement is 15 to 25. There's 2 possible bonus conditions. One of them is to have a minimum of 10 battles. The other is to have a minimum of 28 techniques. Centarumon. The stat requirement is 100 brains. The care mistake requirement is a maximum of 3. The weight requirement is 25 to 35. There's 2 possible bonus conditions. One is for your discipline to be at a minimum of 60%. The other is to have a minimum of 28 techniques. Monochromon. The stat requirement is 1000 HP, 100 defense, and 100 brains. The care mistake requirement is a maximum of 3. The weight requirement is 35 to 45. There's 2 possible bonus conditions. One is to have a maximum of 5 battles. The other is to have a minimum of 35 techniques. Finally, Tyrannomon. The stat requirement is 1000 HP and 100 defense. The care mistake requirement is a maximum of 5. The weight requirement is 25 to 35. And then there's 2 possible bonus conditions. One of them is to have a maximum of 5 battles. The other is to have a minimum of 28 techniques. It is possible to fulfill 3 or more requirements for more than one of the Digimon that you are able to Digivolve to. And then that raises the question of which Digimon would you Digivolve to? And I think that boils down to stats. I think there's a Digivolution priority which is determined by your stats. It takes the stats that are relevant for your Digimon's Digivolution and divides those numbers by how many different stats there are. For example, if the requirement was to have, say, 100 attack and 100 speed, then the relevant stats would be attack and speed. And if you have, say, 200 attack and 150 speed, then it would add the two together, which is 350, and divide by how many relevant stats there are, which in this instance would be 2, because attack and speed, that's 2 stats. 350 divided by 2, that's 175. And then if you had, say, a different Digimon where the stat requirement is 100 defense and 100 brains, then defense and brains would be the relevant stats. And if you had, say, 300 defense and 100 brains, then it would add the two together, which is 400, divide by how many stats there are, which is 2. That would make the total 200. And then, because of that, out of those 2 Digimon, the one where the stat requirement is defense and brains, that's the Digimon that you would Digivolve to, because the score that comes from the relevant stats was 200, whereas with the other Digimon the score was 175. And yeah, whichever Digimon has the highest score from, you know, the relevant stats, that's the Digimon that you'll Digivolve to. With HP and MP, the number gets divided by 10. So if you have, say, 1000 HP, then it will get divided by 10. It will be classed as 100. Yeah, if you have 2500 HP, then it will, you know, it'll divide by 10, which is 250. So, you know, the numbers will be consistent. Like HP and MP, the numbers will be consistent with attack, defense, speed, and brains. Like 1000 HP is the equivalent of 100 attack, or 100 defense, or 100 speed, or 100 brains. 2000 MP is the equivalent of 200 attack, or 200 defense, or 200 speed, or 200 brains. I've come here to try and get Digimon cards to the value of 300 merit points at the Volume Villa, so that I can purchase the amazing rod. I purchased individual cards and, kept track of how many points they were worth, and then purchased packs of free cards and made note of how many points the cards were worth. And I ended up in a position where I went over, had more than 300 merit points, and I sold some of the one-pointers and left myself in a position where I have 320 merit points. 300 of those merit points will be spent on the amazing rod. The other 20 will be spent on a super floppy, and that will be sold for 1,250 bits. Keeping the cards and using the 20 points to get a super recovery and sell the super recovery makes more money than selling the cards that are worth 20 merit points. I didn't have enough cards in order to get 340 merit points. If I did, then I would have stuck with 340 merit points and bought 2 super recoveries. But I didn't have 340 merit points. I didn't have cards worth 340 merit points. But I had cards that were worth more than 320 merit points, and I sold the excess cards, bringing my total down to 320 merit points, and Otamamon is now here, but I'll check for Digimushrooms before I battle him. I am still going out of my way for Digimushrooms and other items. Doesn't seem to be anything, so now we battle Otamamon. You have to defeat him in order to have access to the Volume Villa. Otamamon picked a convenient time to daydream, gave us a golden opportunity to use our finish, and that's exactly what we did. And as I predicted, no MP floppies were needed, because this is the only intended battle. The battle against Otamamon is the only battle that I plan to get into, between leaving the File City and my return to the File City, which is probably not too far away. I went to Gear Savannah for the Digimon cards, then came back here, defeated Otamamon for the Volume Villa, and going to help myself to the Amazing Rod. Just need to speak to the Gekomon on the right so that he mentions about Shogun Gekomon being into Digimon cards. Now he gives us the opportunity to trade in cards. Amazing Rod, yes please. Super Recovery, yes please. All done. Now I'm going to go back through the Gear Savannah, and I'm going to recruit Elecmon. I didn't recruit him earlier, even though I had the opportunity to. The reason for that is because when you recruit a Digimon in a certain area, very often the Digimon then gets replaced by random Digimon. There'll be random Digimon roaming around in the area, random Digimon who weren't there prior to the Digimon being recruited. And had I recruited Elecmon at the first opportunity, then he would have been replaced by random Digimon, and I knew that I would have to go back through the area when returning to the Gecko Swamp and then going back through the Gear Savannah like I'm doing now. So rather than recruit Elecmon at the first opportunity and then have to avoid random Digimon roaming around, I've decided to wait until I pass through this area for the last time, which is now, and I will now recruit Elecmon, because the random Digimon who are going to replace him are not going to be a problem. Now, just in case I get into an unwanted battle, I'm going to use a small recovery to recover HP, so that if I do get into an unwanted battle, hopefully I'll be able to run away without getting defeated. One of the biggest oh shit moments in this game is when you get into an unwanted battle when you have very low HP, and there's the enormous risk of you getting defeated before you have a chance to run away or recover HP. But with the sort of Digimon I'm going to be crossing paths with, I probably have enough HP in order to survive at least one attack. I was saying about stats and how they can determine the Digivolution. Very often you will have a stat which is relevant to more than one of the Digimon that you are able to Digivolve to, and this is when things become a bit more complicated. It's like supposing there's one Digimon where you need 100 attack and 100 speed, and supposing there's one Digimon where you need 100 attack and 100 brains, and you want the Digimon where you need 100 attack and 100 brains, then obviously you would need your attack to be at a minimum of 100, you would need your brains to be at a minimum of 100, and the other Digimon, did I say 100 attack and 100 speed? Let's just go with that. 100 attack, 100 speed. You would need to make sure... Actually, wait, hold on. Well, you could just keep your speed under 100 and that would solve the problem. Okay, let's change that a bit. Let's say there's one Digimon where you need 100 attack and one Digimon where you need 100 attack and 100 speed. You would need to have 100 attack, which would mean fulfilling the stat requirement for the Digimon who you just need 100 attack for. But if you want the Digimon where you need 100 attack and 100 speed, then you also need your speed to be at a minimum of 100. And in order to digivolve to the Digimon who you need 100 attack and 100 speed, you would need to make sure that your speed is superior to your attack. So if you have, say, 100 attack and 120 speed, the two will get added together, which is 220, then get divided by 2, which is 110. And then the Digimon where you need 100 attack, if you have 100 attack, then that will be divided by 1, which is 100, less than 110. Therefore, you'll digivolve to the Digimon where you need 100 attack and 100 speed. So it's about, if you have crossovers with requirements regarding certain stats, then you need to think to yourself, which Digimon do I want to digivolve to? What are the relevant stats? What are the crossovers? How can I make sure that this Digimon will end up with the highest score when doing the relevant stat equations. When going through Agumon's possible digivolutions, the weight requirements varied. There was 15 to 25, 25 to 35, 35 to 45, which means that it was varying between 15 and 45. Currently my weight is under 15, which means that I'm not fulfilling the weight requirement for any of the digivolutions. I am definitely fulfilling the bonus condition for at least some of them. I'm definitely fulfilling the stat requirement for at least some of them, and the care mistake requirement for at least some of them. My plan is to train at the Green Gym during Agumon's active hours, but not train during his inactive hours, not train when he wants to sleep, and instead make other progress when he wants to sleep. That's what I've been doing so far. On the first day, trained, and then when he needed to sleep, I went through the native forest, Kunamon's Bed, Cola Point, Tropical Jungle, and then the reverse journey. And then the second day, trained, and then when he wanted to sleep, I went through the native forest, Kunamon's Bed, Digimon Bridge, Tropical Jungle, Great Canyon, Friesland, etc., etc., etc. Returned to the city. Now I'm training again, and when Agumon wants to sleep again, I'm going to be making other progress. If I'm not mistaken, I believe that my care mistakes are currently at 0. Because one care mistake is your Digimon messing on the ground. That hasn't happened yet. Another care mistake is not feeding your Digimon when it wants to eat. When it wants to eat, it gives you the food bubble for an hour and a half, and you have that amount of time to feed your Digimon. And if you fail to feed your Digimon, if the time runs out and your Digimon no longer shows you the food bubble and you didn't feed it, then that's a care mistake. And then there's a slightly more complicated care mistake involving sleeping. I think the requirement is that if you let your Digimon sleep, then in order for it to not be a care mistake, you have to have let your Digimon sleep on the very first hour in which it started to show you the sleep bubble. If you don't let your Digimon sleep until a later hour, then I think that counts as a care mistake, and I think the care mistake registers when your Digimon wakes up. If you don't let your Digimon sleep at all, and you keep it awake, don't let it sleep at all, then I don't think that counts as a care mistake, because I think that the care mistake only registers once your Digimon wakes up. But if you don't let your Digimon sleep, then it doesn't wake up because it doesn't sleep. And I think that means that it doesn't count as a care mistake. However, if on a later day you let your Digimon sleep, I think that your previous failure to let your Digimon sleep does then register. In other words, it does then count as a care mistake. Like the first day I didn't let Agumon sleep, the second day I didn't let Agumon sleep. If I was to then let Agumon sleep on the third day, then I think that when he wakes up, it would then register as 2 care mistakes for the 2 instances where I didn't let him sleep. So if on the third day I don't let Agumon sleep, then I don't think any care mistakes will be registered. But if I do let Agumon sleep on the third day, then I think that, the 2 previous days of not letting Agumon sleep, that would then register when Agumon wakes up. And it would register as 2 care mistakes. I'm not certain about that, so don't take my word for it. Don't quote me on it. But when I've kept my Digimon awake every time and haven't had any other care mistakes, my Digivolution has pointed to the idea that no care mistakes came from not letting my Digimon sleep. Well, regardless of other care mistakes, regardless of eating or messing on the floor, when I've kept my Digimon awake every time, the Digivolution has indicated that no care mistakes came from failing to let my Digimon sleep. But when I've kept my Digimon awake for a whole day or 2 whole days, and then let my Digimon sleep on the 3rd day, then the Digivolution has indicated that care mistakes did come from the sleeping, or rather the not sleeping. That's the conclusion that I've come to based on the Digivolutions. When I kept Agumon awake, every time that he wanted to sleep, didn't let him sleep at all, then, the Digivolution that I had did point to the idea that no care mistakes came from it. But when I, went like 1 or more days without letting Agumon sleep at all, but then on a later day did let Agumon sleep, the Digivolution was an indication that care mistakes did come from not letting Agumon sleep on the previous days, and then letting him sleep when I did let him sleep, and the care mistakes registering after he woke up. I did defeat Dramoljamon, but I haven't made a start with the dirt carrying yet. I would like to do that when I have a champion Digimon. I plan to battle and defeat and recruit Palmon and Kunamon, and before that I plan to catch a Black Trout and Digianchovy intended for Moljamon trades. Is there a Digimushroom over here? No, there's not. So I don't need to go over there. That's not very good positioning for the Black Trouts. That's not very good positioning either. That's pretty good. Bait taken. Fish caught. That's no good. was good. That's good as well. I have run out of meat though, which means that if I was to recruit Kunamon, then I would have to give him a Digimushroom, which is more valuable than meat, because, you know, I am planning on doing more Moldramon trades. You know, these Digimushrooms are essentially medium recoveries. So I was a bit reckless there. I should have bought more meat before leaving the city, but I didn't think. You know, that was a bad move on my part, but it's not the end of the world. Agumon, Otamamon, Dromolgemon and Kunamon, all 4 of those Digimon have been defeated by Agumon, meaning that we've had 4 battles so far. Palmon will make it 5, and you have to remember that battles is significant because when I was going over the Digivolution requirements, I believe there were 2 Digimon where one of the bonus conditions was to have a maximum of 5 battles, which means that we can defeat Palmon without going over the limit, but we then can't have any more battles unless I want to go over the limit, and in which case I would need to have 1 other battle. So if I want to not Digivolve to the Digimon where the bonus condition is a maximum of 5 battles, then it might be compulsory to have more than 5 battles, but if I want to Digivolve to those Digimon, then I need to not exceed the threshold. believe it was Tyrannomon and Monochromon, where one of the elements of the bonus condition was to have a maximum of 5 battles. Battles was also relevant to Miramon, with the requirement being to have a minimum of 10 battles. In order to be able to Digivolve, you need to have had your Digimon for a minimum of a certain amount of time. When it comes to Digivolving from Rookie to Champion, the requirement is 3 days, and that means 3 days to the... it means exactly 3 days, 72 hours. I believe that you have to have a baby Digimon for 6 hours in order for it to Digivolve to an in-training Digimon. I believe you need to have an in-training Digimon for 24 hours in order for it to Digivolve to a Rookie Digimon. Rookie Digimon, for them to Digivolve to a Champion, I believe you need to have the Digimon for 3 days, also known as 72 hours, and then when Digivolving from a Champion Digimon to an Ultimate Digimon, if you fulfill enough of the requirements in order to Digivolve to an Ultimate Digimon, you need to have had the Champion Digimon for a minimum of 6 days, also known as 144 hours. Of course, if you don't fulfill enough of the requirements in order to Digivolve from a Champion to an Ultimate, then you won't Digivolve, instead you'll fade away as a Champion. And I've already said that with Rookie Digimon, if you don't fulfill the requirements for any of the Champion Digimon, then you Digivolve to Numamon. But, if, 3 days are up and you don't have, enough of the requirements for any of the Digimon, then it's not a case of, well, that's your one and only opportunity. You have until the 4th day is up in order to fulfill, the requirements in order to Digivolve to a Champion. So let's say that after 3.5 days you then fulfill the requirements to Digivolve to a Champion Digimon, then you would then Digivolve to the Champion Digimon. Yes, it's not a case of, oh well, you didn't manage it after 3 days, so it's too late, you can't Digivolve. It's a case of, it's been a minimum of 3 days, it hasn't been 4 days yet, so, the Digivolution happens. 4 days, that's 96 hours, even if you fulfill the requirements on the 95th hour, you would still then Digivolve to the Champion Digimon. The only thing I will say is that there might be inaccuracies with how long you've actually had the Digimon for, and where the Digivolution counter is at. The reason why I say that is because when you sleep, the Digimon counter goes up by a fixed number of hours, and the number of hours that it goes up by isn't necessarily consistent with how many hours you actually sleep for. With baby Digimon, when you sleep, it goes up by 1 hour, and baby Digimon only sleep by 1 hour, so there's no potential for any inaccuracies there. However, when in training Digimon sleep, I believe that the counter goes up by 3 hours, but it's possible for the entraining Digimon to sleep for 4 hours. So you will have the entraining Digimon for 4 hours, but the Digivolution counter will only go up by 3 hours. And so, the Digivolution might happen later than when it seemingly should happen. And then I'm trying to think how many hours the evolution counter goes up by when it comes to Rookie Digimon sleeping and Champion Digimon sleeping. I have a feeling that for at least one of those Digimon, it goes up by 9 hours. Possibly even for both of them. I'm thinking either with both Rookie Digimon and Champion Digimon, the Digivolution counter goes up by 9 hours when they sleep. Or maybe it's 9 hours for Rookies and then something different for Champions, or 9 hours for Champions and something different for Rookies. I can't remember off the top of my head. I know there are online resources which contain this information. I rely very heavily on online resources because the knowledge and information that I have, I do not have stored in my head. I have to consult online resources in order to get the information, and I'm very quick to forget the information, and I then end up having to reconsult the guides and resources in order to get the information back into my head. I don't want to go into graphic details, but back in 2018, shortly before my 25th birthday, something happened to me which had a pretty stern negative impact on my memory, and my memory has deteriorated further since then, and I've ended up forgetting an awful lot of what I used to know. And also it's much harder for me to remember new things. It's much harder for me to just remember stuff in general. So, I forget, I've forgotten loads of what I once knew, and then when it comes to trying to learn new stuff or relearn old stuff, it's very common for me to forget that as well. So that's why I'm struggling a bit, because, I do have, pretty concerning memory problems. But, yes, when you let your Rookie Digimon sleep, the Digivolution counter will go up by a certain number of hours, and it might not be consistent with the number of hours that your Digimon sleeps for. The same with Champion Digimon, and that's why Digivolutions might not happen when they seemingly should happen. I think that if you let your Digimon sleep at the first opportunity, then the number of hours that you've had your Digimon for will be higher than the number of hours that the Digivolution counter is at. However, it is possible to keep your Digimon awake against its will and then not let it sleep until the final hour. Let your Digimon sleep 1 hour before the hour in which it's due to wake up at. And then, when you sleep, only 1 hour will pass, but the Digivolution counter will still go up by the fixed number of hours. Because, the number of hours that the Digivolution counter goes up by when you sleep is completely fixed. Even if you only sleep for 1 hour, it will still go up by the fixed amount. And because of that, one way of speeding up Digivolutions is to keep your Digimon awake against its will, and then only let it sleep for 1 hour, put the Digimon to sleep at the very last hour, because the Digivolution counter will go up for all of the hours in which your Digimon was awake for, and then it will go up when that 1 hour passes during your sleep, the Digivolution counter will go up by how many hours it would have gone up by had you let your Digimon sleep straight away. And it just puts the Digivolution counter ahead, and it speeds up Digivolutions. Seeing as we haven't allowed Agumon to sleep at all, and are not going to, the number of hours that we've had him for should be consistent with the number of hours that the Digivolution counter is at. So whichever hour, whatever time it was when the game started, when we get to that time on the 3rd day, which is today, that's when we should Digivolve. And I can confirm that we do have at least 3 of the requirements for at least 1 of the champion Digimon, and the Digimon that I'm aiming for is Tyrannomon. Stat requirement 1000 HP and 100 defense, got that. The care mistake requirement maximum of 5, we've got that. Bonus condition, 1 of them was to have a maximum of 5 battles, got that. Weight requirement 25 to 35, don't have that, but we've got 3 of the requirements in the bag. So we have 3 of the requirements for Tyrannomon, and I've gone about the stats in a way where the Digivolution priority will go to Tyrannomon, because when we take the relevant stats and do the maths, it's Tyrannomon stats that will come out on top. We don't have the weight requirement for any of Agumon's potential champion Digivolutions. Okay, we are Digivolving. Which means that the Digivolution isn't possible unless we fulfill all 3 of the other requirements. if we fail at just one of the other requirements, then the Digivolution is out of the question. And Tyrannomon is the Digimon that I've Digivolved to. I can confirm that... Actually, wait, what can I confirm? I was going to comment on stats and, what Digivolutions were possible in accordance to my stats. But we've just Digivolved, and so I'm not actually sure what stats I had. It's just, this commentary is post-commentary. The commentary isn't live with my recording. The recording has already been done, and I'm now adding the commentary while watching the video back. And I was focusing on the guides and resources that were in front of me, and because of that I wasn't giving my focus to the game, and so I'm not actually sure what stats I had at the time of Agumon's Digivolution. Obviously my HP was above 1,000, my defense was above 100, my brains was above 100, I'm very sure my attack was above 100 as well. I don't think my speed was above 100, and that alone would have ruled out the possible Digivolutions of Birdramon and Greymon, because you have to remember I also didn't have the weight requirements for either of those Digimon, didn't have the weight requirement for any of the champion Digimon. Oh, and just so you know, I'm no longer interested in Digimushrooms, and I'm not going to go out of my way for other items. I mean, if I stumble upon other items, then, I might collect them depending on what they are, but I'm no longer interested in Digimushrooms. I've got plenty of money. I can very easily, if money becomes a problem, I can very easily go to Friesland with 99 medium recoveries, trade them for 99 super defense discs, sell the super defense discs, make a substantial profit from it, and, I can repeat should I need more money. I am now in the drill tunnel, and I've come here to do the dirt carrying. My intention was to not do the dirt carrying until after Digivolving to a champion Digimon, which I've done, and I'm here to do the dirt carrying with Tyrannomon. This is another thing that's going to be speeded up. There you go. There's quite a few things that have been speeded up during this challenge so far, and there are more things to come which also are speeded up. It's just when it's stuff that's tedious and repetitive and boring, I think it would probably be a nicer experience for you viewers if it gets speeded up. And I did have to pause there because I had a staff member knocking on my door at the time, and I had to see to the staff member. You have to remember I am a hospital patient, a long-term hospital patient. I do have my own room, as do all of the other patients, but there are staff here 24/7, and sometimes the staff need me and they will knock on my door, and so I will get disturbed at times, I will get distracted at times. And it's not just that can be a distraction. Sometimes other patients knock on my door, sometimes the fire alarm goes off, sometimes there are power cuts, quite a few things can go wrong. I've done as many dirt carries as I was able to do, but my tiredness is now at the virtual maximum. A tiny bit more and we would be seeing the sweat bubble, which means I've had to return to the city in order to rest, and I can then return to the drill tunnel and do the remainder of the dirt carrying. I think I need to rest twice, because I think resting at the clinic once enables you to do 2 dirt carries. We need to do 3 more. Resting twice will enable 4 dirt carries, if I'm correct that 1 rest enables you to do 2 dirt carries. Resting in the chair in Digimon's house, I think that is half as effective as the clinic, and in which case resting once would only enable you to do 1 dirt carry. Also, resting in the clinic recovers 500 HP and MP. Resting in Digimon's house recovers 300 HP and MP. As I was saying about Digivolutions, I ruled out Greymon and Birdramon. Mirrormon, even though we had the stat requirement, or at least I'm very sure we had the stat requirement of 100 attack, we didn't have the care mistake requirement, because that is a minimum of 5. That was enough to rule out Mirrormon along with Greymon and Birdramon. As for Centaurumon, we had the stat requirement of 100 brains and the care mistake requirement of a maximum of 3, and the bonus condition of a minimum of 60% discipline. However, priority went to Tyrannomon because of the relevant stat priority. Centaurumon had just 100. Well, brains was like only slightly over 100, which meant that Centaurumon would have got a score of slightly over 100. With Tyrannomon, it was HP and defense. I think defense was much on a par with brains. However, HP was far superior, and because of that, when you divided the HP by 10, added it to the defense, divided it by 2, Tyrannomon got a higher score than Centaurumon, and that's how we, managed to rule out Centaurumon. So Greymon, Mirrormon, Birdramon, Centaurumon, Tyrannomon, that just leaves Monochromon. So one of the bonus conditions for Monochromon was the same as the bonus condition for Tyrannomon, maximum of 5 battles, we had that. Care mistake requirement, maximum of 3, we had that. Weight requirement, 35 to 45, didn't have that. Stat requirement, 1000 HP, 100 defense, and 100 brains. We did have that, but the relevant stat score went in Tyrannomon's favour, and I will go into that after this battle. I don't like to talk during battles. and I'm not going to get a chance to say it before the battle commences. I just paused and wondered about prosperity points, because I was keeping track, but I last mentioned my number of prosperity points after recruiting Barkamon, which put it up to 8, Penguinmon put it up to 9, Sukamon put it up to 10, Biomon put it up to 11, Alepmon put it up to 12, Unimon put it up to 14, Kunamon put it up to 15, Palmon put it up by 16. I think Miramon is the only other Digimon that we've recruited, and in which case we are at 18 prosperity points. So as I was saying, with Tyrannomon, the relevant stats were HP and defense. With Monochromon, it's HP, defense, and brains, which means that there's a crossover with 2 of those stats, HP and defense. But by keeping brains down and having it lower than at least one of the other stats, so either having it lower than HP or having it lower than defense, I'm pretty confident that that means that when you add up the stats and divide by the number of stats, the score would be higher for Tyrannomon. Like in my case, I went about it by having HP, which was quite a bit superior to defense and brains, because by having HP, which is relevant for 2 different Digimon, and, having HP pretty high, and then having the other relevant stats low, when you've got a Digimon who only has 2 relevant stats, and one of them is the high one, then adding the 2 stats together where one is high and one is low, and then dividing it by 2, I think you end up with a greater number than if you the HP to 2 stats which are low, and then divide by 3. Like, just to give a figure of speech, let's say I had 2000 HP, 100 defense, and 100 brains. I didn't, my HP was lower than that, but let's just say that I, did. The 2000 HP, you would divide that by 10. Well, I mean, for Tyrannomon, if I had 2000 HP, then you would divide that by 10, which is 200. If I had 100 defense, you would add that to 200, which is 300. And that's 2 relevant stats in total. So divide it by 2, that's 150. With Monochromon, if I had 2000 HP, 100 defense, and 100 brains, 2000 HP, divide that by 10, which is 200, add the 100 defense, that's 300, add the 100 brains, that's 400, and then divide that by 3. I don't know what that is, but it's definitely less than 150, because whatever the number is, you would have to multiply that number by 3 in order for it to reach 400. And we said that Tyrannomon had a score of 150. Well, that multiplied by 3 is 450, greater than 400, and therefore whatever number it was for Monochromon is less than the number for Tyrannomon. Let's try and work it out. 300 would be 100 frees, wouldn't it? 330 would be 110, 360 would be 120, 390 would be 130. 399, would that be 133? So 400, are we talking 133.3 recurring? Is that the result? If so, then it's less than 150, obviously. And I was successful with getting the Digimon that I wanted, Tyrannomon. I had 3 requirements in the bag, plus the relevant stat score was in Tyrannomon's favour. And just so you're aware, I've come here to battle these Goborimons with the intention of learning Megaton Punch. You can learn Megaton Punch from a lot of different Digimon, but I've chosen to try and learn it from these Goborimons. nothing learned. But these Goborimons use Megaton Punch, which is compulsory for learning a technique from a battle. In order to learn a technique from a battle, the technique that you're trying to learn has to get used, obviously, and the Digimon that you're using has to be capable of learning and using the technique, obviously. Will I be lucky and get both of them? No. Meat dropped, and we've learned War Cry. Well, that's not what I was after, but there's no harm in learning it. Also, now that we've learned it, it can no longer interfere with our attempts to learn Megaton Punch. Spitfire can't interfere because we've already got it. Winter Blast can't interfere because we can't learn it. I think that just leaves Megaton Punch. I think Megaton Punch is now the only technique that we can learn from this battle. I don't think anything else can interfere. Timing. Megaton Punch learned. 3 tries is not bad going. Not bad going one bit. I did say that I don't like to talk during battles. But, you know, I do make exceptions. If something happens which I consider to be sort of reasonably significant, then, you know, I might mention something. And yeah, I chose those Digimon as, you know, the Digimon to battle, to try and learn Megaton Punch, because the fact there's 3 of them meant that, you know, there was a much better chance of the technique getting used, and it getting used more quickly. Also, the fact that they are prone to hitting each other due to Winter Blast being one of their techniques. And also, when a Gorborimon gets struck, usually it then retaliates by striking the Digimon that struck it. And that creates potential for the Gorborimons to do further damage to each other, making things easier for us. The number of times that a technique gets used during a battle has no influence on the probability of you learning the technique. You don't need to get hit by the technique. The technique doesn't even need to get performed properly. All there needs to be is an attempt to use the technique. And your brain stat has no influence on the chances of you learning techniques. The only thing that does have an influence is nature's. The nature of your Digimon and the nature of the technique that you're trying to learn. I was saying about natures, because Digimon have natures, and techniques have natures as well, and some Digimon have just one nature, like Sukamon has just one nature, the one nature being filth, but then some Digimon have more than one nature, like Greymon has fire, battle and air, with fire being his first nature, battle being his second nature, and air being his third nature. And I'm about to be battling these Madoki Betamons, and I don't like to talk during battles, but I would like to say there's some things that I would like to say, and I don't want to be pausing every time I get to a battle. So, Greymon, given that fire is his first nature, he has a higher probability of learning fire techniques than battle techniques, because fire is his first nature, battle is his second nature, and he has a better probability of learning battle techniques than air techniques, because battle is his second nature, air is his third nature. When a Digimon tries to learn a technique, if the nature of the technique is the same as the Digimon's first nature, then they've got the best statistical chance of learning the techniques. If the nature of the technique is the same as the Digimon's second nature, then it will be the Digimon will have less good statistical chances of learning the technique, and even worse if the nature of the technique is their third nature. Tyrannomon having battle as his first nature, it's easiest for him to learn battle techniques, which conveniently is what Megaton Punch is, along with War Cry and Dynamite Kick, which we learned even though I wasn't bothered about those techniques. I spoke to Yoramon about the bandits, didn't do that sooner, because that results in the Goborimons disappearing from the Great Canyon, and it gets rid of them permanently. I knew that I wanted to learn Megaton Punch from the Goborimons, so I put on hold speaking to Yoramon about the bandits, but after learning Megaton Punch, I then spoke to Yoramon, and am now aware of the bandits. I then spoke to Digimon to trigger the battle against Greymon. In order to trigger the battle against Greymon, you need to talk to Digimon when you have a minimum of 15 prosperity points, and your partner Digimon is at least a champion. In other words, either a champion or an ultimate. I think that's correct. And I'm now battling the Madoki Betamons. I'm repeatedly battling them one after another, and the reason why I'm doing this is to help with fulfilling 3 of the requirements for the ultimate Digimon that I am aiming for. I have to Digivolve to an ultimate Digimon. The ultimate Digimon has to be a virus type, and one of the requirements is to have won a certain number of battles. And that's why I'm repeatedly battling Madoki Betamons, because I'm trying to win battles in pursuit of the ultimate Digimon that I'm after, trying to fulfill at least 3 of the requirements for the ultimate Digimon that I'm after. I need to win a minimum of 30 battles in total. There was the battle against Miramon, 3 battles against the Goborimons, the battle against Greymon, that's 5. Which means that if the rest of the battles are going to come from Madoki Betamons, then I'm going to need to battle them 25 times in total. But there will be interruptions. I will need to rest at the clinic in order to stop the sweat bubble from showing up. I also plan to catch Seadramon today. Seadramon shows twice in a day. He shows at 8 AM and 5 PM. We're already past 8 AM, but we haven't passed 5 PM yet, and that's when I plan to try to encounter him. That will mean having to take a pause from these battles and go into the Dragon Eye Lake so that I can catch Seadramon. When you catch Seadramon and request friendship from him, you get 2 prosperity points for him, even though he doesn't join the city, even though he's not a recruitment. And then in Beetleland you can recruit Kawagamon and Kabuterimon. They each earn you 2 prosperity points. That's 4 prosperity points between them. And in order to be able to... Well, with Kawagamon there's no initial requirements regarding recruitment. But with Kabuterimon there is, and that's that you need to have recruited Greymon. In order to be able to recruit Kabuterimon, you have to recruit Greymon, because you need to have the arena in the city in order to be able to recruit Kabuterimon. That's why I was keen to defeat and recruit Greymon. And yeah, I've made a start with progress towards my Digivolution by battling the Madoki Betamons, but I will be heading to the Dragon Eye Lake in the not too distant future. I would now like to stop talking until I take a pause from these battles. It's 4 PM. 5 PM is only half an hour away. So I'm heading to the Dragon Eye Lake for Seadramon. I believe that most recent battle with... the last battle that we just had with the Madoki Betamon, I believe that was battle number 14, if I remember rightly. Leaving us needing another 16 battles. I'm not just going to catch Seadramon and request friendship. I'm actually going to be catching him 4 times, once to request friendship. The other 3 times I'm going to request for him to teach me a technique. I would like to learn Giga Freeze, and Seadramon can teach you Giga Freeze if you don't already have it. But he will teach you Aqua Magic and Winter Blast first, if you don't have those techniques. I don't have either of them, so he'll teach me Aqua Magic first, then Winter Blast, then Giga Freeze, meaning I have to catch him 3 times in order for him to teach me Giga Freeze. That's Aqua Magic sorted. So I need to catch him twice more for the techniques, and then once more for friendship, so 3 more times in total. Yeah, like, the 3 techniques he can teach you, Aqua Magic, Winter Blast, and Giga Freeze, he can only teach you the techniques if you don't already know them. If you already know all 3 of them, then he can't teach you them. If you already know Giga Freeze, then he can only teach you Aqua Magic and Winter Blast. If you already have Winter Blast, then he can only teach you Aqua Magic and Giga Freeze. If you already have Aqua Magic, then he can only teach you Winter Blast and Giga Freeze. If you already have Aqua Magic and Winter Blast, then he can only teach you Giga Freeze. If you already have Aqua Magic and Giga Freeze, then he can only teach you Winter Blast. If you already have Winter Blast and Giga Freeze, then he can only teach you Aqua Magic. If you ask for an item, then he gives you the water bottle. It's a Digivolution item that makes you Digivolve to Seadramon. No use in this challenge. And yeah, requesting friendship, he gives you the blue flute and offers to take you to Beetleland, where you can then recruit Kawagamon and Carbolterimon. Okay, that's Giga Freeze learned. I don't actually plan on using Giga Freeze. It just so happens that having it will help with learning a different technique later on. There's a technique that I want to learn later on, and having Giga Freeze will make learning the technique easier, because if I don't have Giga Freeze, then Giga Freeze might interfere with my plan, my attempts to learn the technique that I'm after, because I might learn well, it's a technique that I plan to learn from a battle. It's a battle where the technique that I'm after gets used, but Giga Freeze also gets used, and the Digimon that I'm going to be using is capable of learning and using the technique that I'm after, but also capable of learning and using Giga Freeze. And by not having Giga Freeze, I might learn Giga Freeze from the battle, which will interfere with my attempts to learn the technique that I'm after. But by not having Giga Freeze, there's no risk of Giga Freeze interfering, there's no risk of any technique interfering. The only technique that I'll be able to learn is the technique that I'm after. Okay, the Madoki Betamons are going down very easily. One Megaton Punch is taking them out, and Megaton Punch is faster than Static Electric, as well as being faster than Water Blitz and Electric Cloud. You know, when Madoki Betamon tries to use Static Electric and I use Megaton Punch, you know, I strike him, he doesn't strike me. And then with Water Blitz and Electric Cloud, I strike him. He might strike me as well, but that doesn't really matter. But, you know, point I'm making is Megaton Punch is working well against the Madoki Betamons. You know, I'm taking them out with one hit each time, unless they block it. So the Madoki Betamons are the Digimon who I want to target for battles. The Madoki Betamons are only active during daytime hours, which is 7 AM through to 6 PM. It's Dakunamons who are active during the nighttime hours, 7 PM through to 6 AM. And I don't want to battle the Dakunamons because they use Poison Claw and Danger Sting, both of which are faster than Megaton Punch, which means that the battles against the Dakunamons will not go so smoothly. Because if I use Megaton Punch at the same time that they use Poison Claw and Danger Sting, then they will strike me, I won't strike them. And tiredness is a problem, which means I'm resting, and we are crossing into the nighttime period. So we won't be able to battle any more Madoki Betamons today, which means that battles will be put aside for today, and I will go back to using the gym until Tyrannomon wants to sleep. Usually he wants to sleep at around midnight, maybe a bit after. And then he wakes up at around midday, maybe a bit sooner if anything. So it'll be a case of train. When he wants to sleep, let him sleep. Then battle Madoki Betamons. And then go back to training either after the Madoki Betamons get replaced by Dakunamons, if I still haven't managed 30 battles, or after I master 30 battles. If I battle Madoki Betamons and make it to 30 battles, then I'll stop battling them and I'll just train. If I don't make it to 30 battles, and they get replaced, and then we enter the nighttime period, then I'll go back to training, and then after sleeping and waking up, I'll battle more Madoki Betamons. Yeah, it's 1 AM, and he wants to sleep. It's 11 AM. I'm going back to battling the Madoki Betamons. I believe this is battle number 15. And, yeah, here we go. 25 battles done. Was 14, now 25. That's progress of 11 battles, leaving us needing 5 more battles, but I think some resting is probably in order. And I am cautious of time, because resting will pass the time. Every time you rest, an hour goes by. I'm going to rest for a second time. That would take us up to 5 PM. Then it will be less than 2 hours until the Madoki Betamons get replaced by Dakunamons, and Tyrannomon needing the toilet is going to slow us down even further. And before using the toilet, we also need to get our day's supply of giant meat from Palmon. That is done. Would like to save as well. I think a battle consumes 20 minutes of time in the Digimon world, which equates to 3 battles per hour. But you know, it takes a bit of time to approach the Digimon and then approach a different Digimon, or leave, re-enter, and then approach the same Digimon, whatever way you go about it. I mean, with the time that we've currently got, we, in theory, can have 4 battles, but that's not accounting for time outside of the battles, you know, approaching Madoki Betamon, leaving, re-entering. Well, we have managed to make it 4 battles against the Madoki Betamons, which will bring the total up to 29, 1 adrift of the target. Well, since we're only 1 battle adrift, I suppose I can battle Dakunamon just once, you know, in order to bring it up to 30, but I will switch Megaton Punch for Spitfire. Spitfire will serve me better against Dakunamon, you know, considering the techniques that he uses. Okay, the bonus condition has been fulfilled. We've had 30 battles. I won't be fulfilling the stat requirement. I'm going to just be fulfilling the weight requirement, care mistake requirement, and bonus condition. You know, stats are not necessary. You only have to fulfill 3 of the 4 requirements. You know, I will be fulfilling the weight, care mistakes, and bonus condition. I will be dismissing stats, but I will continue to train just in the interest of making my stats better. And for the time being, it's attack that I'm going to be training, because that's the one that I value the most. And I'm choosing to eat at the restaurant because weight is significant, and at the moment weight is a long way adrift of where it needs to be, and we can put our weight up quite a bit by eating at the restaurant. We ate Miramon's most expensive food, which puts weight up by 4 and increases attack by 5, brains by 3, and costs 3,500 bits. We ate twice, so at the expense of 7,000 bits, we increased our weight by 8, and increased attack by 10, brains by 6. The stats don't... The small stat gain isn't really important, it's the weight that I was interested in. Just to clarify, when I did the Vaccine type solo, I started with Agumon, who's a Vaccine Digimon, digivolved to Birdramon, who's a Vaccine Digimon, and then digivolved to Phoenixmon, who's a Vaccine Digimon. In the... well, they were all natural Digivolutions. In the Data type solo, I started with Gabumon, who's Data, digivolved to Tyrannomon, who's Data, and then used the Misty Egg to digivolve to Digitamamon, who's Data. And then in the Virus type solo, I physically couldn't begin the game with a Virus type because the only options are Agumon, who's Vaccine, and Gabumon, who's Data. Oh, I put our weight up by 12 that time. And attack up by 15, brains up by 9, but it set us back by 10,500 bits. As I was saying, in the Virus type solo, I couldn't begin with a Virus type, so I started with Agumon, digivolved to Numamon, who is a Virus type, defeated and recruited the Agumon in the native forest, so that I had a clear path to Kunamon's bed, then had Numamon fade away, and then I chose the green egg, which Bottomon hatched from, digivolved to Koromon, then slept at Kunamon's bed, so that I digivolved to Kunamon, who's a Virus type, and that was treated as the starting point of the challenge. And I digivolved from Kunamon to Barkamon, who is a Virus type, but didn't go any further with the Digivolution. And in this mixed type challenge, as you know, I started with the Vaccine Digimon Agumon, digivolved to the Data Digimon Tyrannomon, and he is able to digivolve to 2 different Ultimate Digimon, both of whom are Virus types. And I'm trying to be sensible with my weight, because while I don't want my weight to be too low, I also don't want my weight to be too high. It's just, if my weight was to be too low, then, well, if at the time of Digivolution, if at the time of potential Digivolution, you know, once the evolution counter is at a high enough number, I don't want my weight to be too low so that Digivolution wouldn't be possible, but I also don't want my weight to be too high so that Digivolution wouldn't be possible. And if my weight is too low, then I can solve the problem either by force feeding Tyrannomon or waiting until he needs to eat and then eating at the restaurant. You know, that the restaurant shouldn't struggle with putting my weight up. If, however, my weight is too high, then either I can not feed Tyrannomon when he wants to eat, although that will count as care mistakes, and, you know, care mistakes is also significant regarding Digivolutions. The other option is food items which decrease your Digimon's weight. One example is black trouts, which you can catch from the Dragon Eye Lake. I believe they lower your weight either by 2 or 3. I'm more inclined to think 2. And, that would be a solution to putting weight back down. Either force feed Tyrannomon the black trouts, or feed him the black trouts when he wants to eat. You do also get a tiny stat boost from feeding black trouts to your Digimon, but it's only 10 HP and MP and 1 attack, defense, speed and brains. To comment further on care mistakes, I said that, if you don't feed your Digimon and, the food bubble disappears, that counts as a care mistake. The food bubble features for an hour and a half, and if your Digimon gives you the food bubble and you train twice, passing 2 hours, then your Digimon will no longer want to eat, and the care mistake will count as double. If you, pass the final opportunity to feed your Digimon, if you make it to the point where the food bubble goes, and you reach that point as a result of training, then, the care mistake counts as 2. So that's something else to be mindful of. Out of the 2 Digimon that Tyrannomon can Digivolve to, Megadramon and Metal Greymon, both virus types. For Megadramon, the stat requirement is 3000 HP, 5000 MP, 500 attack, 300 defense, 400 speed, 400 brains. I won't be fulfilling the stat requirement for Megadramon or Metal Greymon. Care mistake requirement is a maximum of 10, which we are currently fulfilling. Weight requirement is 50 to 60, which I think we are a bit adrift of. And there are 2 possible bonus conditions. One is to have a minimum of 30 battles, the other is to have a minimum of 30 techniques. We are fulfilling the bonus condition because of the number of battles that we've had. So that's 2 of the requirements currently in the bag. As for Metal Greymon, stat requirement 4000 HP, 3000 MP, 500 attack, 500 defense, 300 speed and 300 brains. Not going to be fulfilling that, as you already know. Care mistake requirement, same as Megadramon, maximum of 10. We are currently fulfilling that. The weight requirement is a bit higher than the weight requirement for Megadramon. It's 60 to 70, which we are currently not fulfilling. And there are 3 possible bonus conditions. One of them is for discipline to be at a minimum of 95%. One of them is for battles to be at a minimum of 30. The other is for techniques to be at a minimum of 30. We are currently fulfilling 2 of those possible bonus conditions. One of them is the discipline, the other is the battles. So at the moment we're fulfilling 2 of the requirements for both of the Ultimate Digimon, and I will say the Digimon that I'm aiming for is Megadramon, and therefore I want my weight to be within the range of 50 to 60, although 60 isn't feasible, because if my weight is at 60, then as well as fulfilling the weight requirement for Megadramon, I will also fulfill the weight requirement for Metal Greymon. Therefore, the weight range has to be 50 to 59, so that I'm only fulfilling the weight requirement for Megadramon and not Metal Greymon. combine that with the bonus condition and karma state requirement, that's 3 conditions that are being met, whereas with Metal Greymon it's just 2, the bonus condition and the karma stakes, not the stats or the weight. With Megadramon it's just the stats that we would be failing to fulfill. By fulfilling 3 of the requirements for Megadramon and 2 of the requirements for Metal Greymon, we would digivolve to Megadramon. If we were to fulfill 3 of the requirements for both, which would come as a result of having our weight exactly at 60, then depending on our stats and the relevant stat scores, we might digivolve to Metal Greymon, might digivolve to Megadramon. The easiest way to be certain of getting the digivolution that we're after is by fulfilling enough of the requirements for the Digimon that you want and not enough of the requirements for the Digimon that you don't want. I know, okay, weight's at 52. I was, well, due to discipline being at the maximum, whenever Tyrannomon wanted the toilet, I didn't have to take him straight away. I was able to train one more time and have an extra hour pass before needing to take him to the toilet. And I was doing that so that he would use the toilet a tiny bit less frequently, so that our weight would go down a tiny bit less. But now since our weight made it up to 52, I was thinking to myself, okay, well, we could be at risk of our weight getting too high. So that time I took Tyrannomon to the toilet immediately. And the toilet is something that I will play by ear, in accordance to our weight. And whether or not I feed Tyrannomon, that I will play by ear in accordance to weight and care mistakes. Because I don't really want to have to catch black trouts, if it can be avoided. There was something that I started to say, then I got interrupted, and before I go back to saying what I was going to say, you might have noticed that I've stopped training attack, and I'm now starting with training defense, because my attack is at 750. It will go up when I digivolve, and I'm not going to be making any more progress with Tyrannomon regarding prosperity points or game completion. I'm just going to be training until he digivolves. Attack will go up when I digivolve. The attack chip that's in my infantry will put attack up even more, and I'm going to be encountering other attack chips as I proceed through the game. So I thought, I think my attack is good enough, let's train something else, and defense was what occurred to me as the stat that I would like to train. So going back to what I was going to say, when I had Agumon as my Digimon, I had item chips, but I chose not to give them to Agumon. I waited until he digivolved to Tyrannomon and then gave the item chips to Tyrannomon. The reason for that is because when you digivolve, you get a stat boost, and the lower your stats are, the bigger the stat boost is that you get. That doesn't mean that you end up with better stats overall if you digivolve when having low stats. When you digivolve, you will always But when it comes to Digivolutions, higher stats will always mean higher stats. Having higher stats when you Digivolve as opposed to having lower stats when you Digivolve, you would end up with higher stats overall if you Digivolve when you have higher stats as opposed to Digivolving when you have lower stats. However, the stat boost that you gain will be bigger if you have lower stats when you Digivolve. It won't compensate for having higher stats, like I've said, regardless of what your stats are when you Digivolve, after Digivolving, your stats will be better if you had higher stats when Digivolving. It's just that, bigger stat gains come from having lower stats when you Digivolve. And so had I gave the item chips to Agumon and then Digivolved to Tyrannomon, I would have had a smaller stat gain because my stats would have been bigger at the time of Digivolving. So my stats would have been higher at the time of Digivolving. And that meant that I would have got a smaller stat gain. Instead, what I did was I didn't use the item chips and I Digivolved from Agumon to Tyrannomon with lower stats, resulting in a bigger stat boost. Then I gave the item chips to Tyrannomon, which meant that I then ended up with better stats than what I would have ended up with had I given the item chips to Agumon and then Digivolved with higher stats and gained a smaller stat boost. Because, the effects of the item chips would have been the same, but the stat boost wouldn't have been as good had I given the item chips to Agumon, and that's what made the difference. And I did give some item chips to Tyrannomon because I wanted to have better stats when making the progress that I made with Tyrannomon. And, I also wanted to be able to easily win the battles against the Madoki Betamons. Strike them quickly, take them out with one single Megaton punch. And now I'm at a point where I don't need Tyrannomon for anything else. If I was to, the attack chip that's in my inventory, if I was to give that to Tyrannomon and then Digivolve to Megadramon, I imagine that the stat boost would be smaller, for attack. Actually, wait. Actually, I'm not so sure. When it comes to Digivolving, when you Digivolve to a Digimon, there's what's called the stats gain target. And let's say that the stats gain target, figure of speech, is 2000 HP. If your HP is under 2000, I think the game calculates how much under you are, then halves it, and that's how much your stats would go up by, in this case HP. So if the stat gain target is 2000 HP and you have, say, 1200 HP, then you are below the stats gain target by 800, and I think the game would halve that, which is 400, and then your HP would go up by 400, so it'd go from 1200 to 1600. If your HP is 1900, then you're under the stats gain target by 100. I think it would halve that, which is 50, and then your HP would go up by 50, putting you up to 1950. If your stats gain target is 300 defense and you have 250 defense, you are under by 50. I think the game would halve that, which is 25, add that on, putting you up to 275 defense. If your stats are equal to the stats gain target or superior to the stats gain target, then I believe that your stats go up by 10% of the stats gain target. Okay, I was concerned about feeding Tyrannomon because of my weight, but he now needs the toilet, and that might put our weight low enough so that we can then feed him. The amount that he eats varies, but I think the most number of meats that it will take to fill him up is 5, which will put weight up by 5. So as long as our weight is 54 or below, we can afford to feed him. 55 or above, you step into the risky zone. As I was saying though, stats gain target would go up by 10%, so if the stats gain target is 2000 HP and you have 2000 HP, I think your HP would go up by 10% of the stats gain target, 10% of 2000, which is 200, putting your HP up to 2200. If you have 3000 HP and the stats gain target is 2000, then again I think it would be 10% of the stats gain target, 10% of 2000, that's 200, add 200 to 3000, that's 3200. If the stats gain target is 500 speed and you have 600 speed, then I think your speed will go up by 10% of the stats gain target for speed, which is the stats gain target for speed is 500, so I think it would go up by 10% of that, which is 50, putting your speed from 600 to 650. Stats gain target for Megadramon for attack is 600. Our attack is over 600, it's over 750 in fact. Therefore, when we digivolve, our attack should go up by 60, because 60 is 10% of 600. Therefore, it makes no difference whether we give the attack chip to Tyrannomon or Megadramon. Our attack will go up by the same amount. It will go up by 60 if I'm not mistaken. That time I chose not to feed Tyrannomon because I was concerned about weight, and we passed the last opportunity to feed him while training, so that's 2 care mistakes. But we're allowed a maximum of 10. So, care mistakes isn't a concern at the moment. Weight will go down from using the toilet, which we're about to do. Then he will want to sleep on the next hour. That will put weight down as well, although he will probably want to eat, so that will put weight up. I'm not entirely sure where our weight will be when we wake up. And I'm concerned about tiredness levels. I thought that I might be able to get away with only resting once, but looking at how our happiness and discipline has gone down, I'm worried that we might only be one training session away from seeing the sweat bubble, so I'm not going to train, just going to wait, which I've done. Okay, weight is 51, this will put our weight no higher than 56. Actually, make that 57. Okay, I probably shouldn't have done 3 giant meats. I probably should have done 2 giant meats and then 1 regular meat. But I guess I wasn't thinking at the time. And, are we now about to Digivolve? Yes, we are. I also wasn't thinking about the stats gain target because I was thinking that I would end up with better attack by Digivolving to Megadramon first and then using the attack chip. I overlooked the fact that actually it makes no difference at all. Megadramon is the Digimon that we've Digivolved to. If we had been below the stats gain target, then you know, the item that the attack chip would have been more significant, because if we were, say, if our attack was, say, 200 below the stats gain target, then, you know, attack would go up by 100, and then the attack chip, you know, add another 50, so it'd go up by 150. If we had used the attack chip first, then the difference between our attack and the stats gain target would have been 150, meaning attack would have gone up by 75 instead of 100. Add that to the attack chip, that's a total of 125 instead of 150, so worse off by 25 attack. And, you know, there was sense in me not giving the item chips to Ogumon, but there was no sense in not giving the attack chip to Tyrannomon. I just wasn't thinking at the time, but it doesn't matter. I've Digivolved to Megadramon, I've given him the attack chip. Attack is at 868, and I put all of my items into the item bank because the first place that I'm planning on going to is Greylord's Mansion. And I know I could have slept and saved instead of having to go to Digimon's house and saving. But when my Digimon wants to sleep, I do try and wait until the last opportunity before putting my Digimon to sleep. You know, waiting until the final minute of the hour before putting my Digimon to sleep. Just so I can make a bit of extra progress where and when possible. And instead of letting Megadramon sleep immediately and wake up on the hour that he wakes up on, I thought, well, head for Greylord's Mansion, let Megadramon sleep at the last minute, and then wake up at the same time that I would have woken up at, but, you know, be a bit further. Yeah, when I slept for the last time, I chose to only sleep, and the reason for that was because I was concerned about how much time had elapsed, and the fact that I still hadn't Digivolved to Megadramon, and I started to think to myself, have I gone wrong somewhere? Like, have I really had 30 battles? Like, am I mistaken? Have I actually had less than 30 battles? You know, have I miscounted? and rather than save and sleep and then realise that I've choked the Digivolution and have wasted time, I thought, well, just sleep, and the Digivolution would surely then be due after waking up, and if I Digivolve, then save. If I don't Digivolve, then find out what the problem is, and how to resolve the problem, if it can be resolved, and if it can be resolved, then, you know, reload and put things right. And the reason why I tried to get away with only resting once is because the amount of tiredness that you get from training varies depending on which stat you are training. Training HP is the most tiring, training brains is the least tiring, training MP is either as untiring as training brains, or more tiring but not by much. Training attack is a bit less tiring than training HP. Training speed, I think, is about equal to training attack, whereas training defense, I think, is a bit less tiring than training attack. And that made me wonder if I could get away with only resting once instead of twice. But when you train and reach the point where you are reach the point where you cannot get any more tired without the sweat bubble appearing, you know, where you're on the verge of seeing the sweat bubble, you know, if you train and make it to that point where you're on the verge of seeing the sweat bubble, I think your happiness and discipline goes down, and I was concerned that my happiness and discipline had gone down, and that made me wonder if I had reached the point where any more training would result in the sweat bubble, so I chose not to train, and for the clock to strike the new hour, and then let Tyrannomon sleep. And any item chips I'll be given to Megadramon, I'm going to be seeing to the rest of the challenge with Megadramon. I believe the highest number of prosperity points theoretically possible is 96. I say that because there was the rule of not being allowed to digivolve to Numamon or Muncymon. That means that because I can't have Muncymon as my Digimon, I won't be able to speak to the robot Digimon in Toy Town and have him unlock the door that leads towards Worrymuncymon, meaning that I can't battle or defeat Worrymuncymon, meaning that I can't recruit Muncymon, and also can't recruit Nannymon, because in order to recruit Nannymon you have to speak to him at all 5 of the destinations that he features at. And one of the destinations is Toy Town, the spot that Worrymuncymon was on. So that makes Nannymon non-recruitable as well as Muncymon. 3 prosperity points for Muncymon, 1 prosperity point for Nannymon, 4 in total. Subtract that from 100, I think we're left with a possible 96 prosperity points. There'll be no issue with recruiting Skull Greymon because we have access to Greylord's Mansion due to us having a Digimon who's a virus type. That should be self-explanatory considering we are already inside of Greylord's Mansion. You know, before leaving the city I told you that I was heading for Greylord's Mansion, and I put all of my items into the item bank so I had inventory space for the items in Greylord's Mansion. Ice Sanctuary, on paper, you're meant to need a Vaccine Digimon in order to be able to enter the Ice Sanctuary, but there is what's called the Ice Sanctuary Skip, which enables you to enter the Ice Sanctuary with any Digimon, regardless of its type. So we will be able to enter the Ice Sanctuary with Megadramon and recruit Angemon. As for Frigimon, well, there's 2 steps to recruiting him. Go to Freeze Land with a Digimon who can't tolerate cold weather, have the Digimon be sick, get rescued by Frigimon, then return to Frigimon with a Digimon who can tolerate the cold, speak to Frigimon, and he'll join the city afterwards. So there's 2 steps. The first step, you need a Digimon who can't tolerate cold weather. The second step, you need a Digimon who can tolerate cold weather. Agumon can't tolerate cold weather. Tyrannomon can't tolerate cold weather. Megadramon can tolerate cold weather. Oh, it's one of those items. Can we... Well, the first question was, do we have room for it? And the answer is no. Second question, is it worth discarding something to make room for it? I think the defense disc can go. I'm going to re-enter Greylord's mansion and then re-leave and collect another sirloin and then enter Greylord's mansion again. I'll explain why in a bit. What was I saying before I started to forget what I was saying? Oh yeah, Frigimon. So, you can see to the first step with Agumon, but not the second step. You can see to the first step with Tyrannomon, but not the second step. You can see to the second step with Megadramon, but not the first step. If we hadn't made any progress with Frigimon, then Frigimon would be non-recruitable because we wouldn't be able to see to the first step with Megadramon as our Digimon. But we saw to the first step with Agumon as our Digimon, and we can now see to the second step with Megadramon as our Digimon and recruit Frigimon. I can't think of any other recruitments that have the potential to be complicated. So yeah, 96 prosperity points is the target, and I'll be aiming to reach that target with Megadramon. I mean, I think we made it up to 26 prosperity points with Agumon and Tyrannomon. I think Miramon made it 18, I think Greymon made it 20, Seadramon 22, Carboterimon 24, Kawagamon 26. That means needing 70 prosperity points with Megadramon. And I don't foresee any difficulties with that. Regarding the sirloin, when you speak to my Altusmon and have him give you the refrigerator key, and then use the refrigerator key and be presented with the memo, that results in the sirloin spawning in the Overdale Cemetery. And if you collect the sirloin, and then give the sirloin to my Altusmon, the sirloin will no longer be at the Overdale Cemetery, and you won't have another opportunity to collect it. But the sirloin doesn't disappear until after you speak to my Altusmon and give him the sirloin. And if you leave the Overdale Cemetery and re-enter without giving the sirloin to my Altusmon, then the sirloin will respawn and will keep respawning, meaning that you can just collect it and collect it and collect it. I always choose to collect 2 of the sirloins, so that I give one of them to my Altusmon and put the other into the item bank, and that just boils down to the desire to have an item which you're not meant to be able to have, an item that's missable, an item that you only get one opportunity to collect more than one, give one to my Ultismon, keep the other for yourself, so that you then have a missable item, and then you can put it into the item bank, and you've got an item that you're not meant to be able to have, an item that you won't get another opportunity to have. I just like to, make the most of the opportunity to keep one of those sirloins. Doesn't serve any useful purpose, I just like to have it. And I have been monitoring time, because I would like to go to Friesland and battle the Ice Digimons, hoping to learn Ice Statue from them. The Ice Digimons are nighttime Digimon, and we've just reached the beginning of the nighttime period. The clock has just struck 7 PM, which is when the nighttime period starts. I knew that Megadramon wakes up a few hours before the nighttime period, and therefore battling Ice Digimons wasn't a possibility, but I chose to consume the time by making progress with Greylord's Mansion, seeing to the first part of Skullgreymmon's recruitment, and that's consumed enough time in order for us to now be able to go to Friesland and battle the Ice Digimons and try to learn Ice Statue. The Ice Digimons use Sonic Jab, which you can't learn with Megadramon, can't learn or use, plus Warcry, which you can't learn or use with Megadramon, Giga Freeze, which you can learn and use with Megadramon, but we have already learned Giga Freeze from Seadramon. The only other technique is Ice Statue, which you can learn and use with Megadramon, and that is the technique that we are after. I chose to learn Giga Freeze from Seadramon because I knew that I would be battling Ice Digimon, hoping to learn Ice Statue. I knew that Giga Freeze, there was the risk of it interfering, and so by learning Giga Freeze beforehand, there's no technique that can interfere. Ice Statue is the only technique that Megadramon will be able to learn from Ice Digimon. I can't proceed the normal way because that would mean getting into a battle with Olgamon, which I don't want to happen just yet. I want to learn Ice Statue before doing anything else. So, as a way of proceeding, I am choosing to fall off the cliff, taking me to the lower part of the Great Canyon. Then I can use the elevator to take me up to the area that I need to get to, and then from there I can go to Friesland. I am also mindful of the Garulamon that you can battle in Friesland, because you have to defeat him and then return on the following day or a later day, you can choose, and then, battle Garulamon again and defeat him, and then he joins the city once you defeat him for a second time. At the moment, if we were to defeat him, then he would be available for the rematch tomorrow, because we'll be battling him today and there's like a few hours of today left. But ideally, I would like to battle him when we have Ice Statue, so that it will be an easier victory, but that means that we would have to learn Ice Statue before the day ends. Because if we don't battle him until after midnight tomorrow, then he won't be available for the rematch until the day after tomorrow. At the moment we've got Megaton Punch, but I'd much rather have Ice Statue. I mean, if we don't learn Ice Statue in time, then I suppose we could battle Garulamon and defeat him with Megaton Punch. The battle will be a bit more time-consuming, a bit more difficult. Well, a lot more difficult, a lot more time-consuming. But it would mean being able to have the rematch at an earlier opportunity. Right, can't do any more attacking until Ice Statue gets used. There's another attack will defeat Ice Devimon. I need Ice Statue to get used in order to be able to learn it. Is. So, battle 1. Nothing learned. I do wonder, like, if you were to battle Garulamon today, like approach Garulamon today for the battle, but have it so that there's only a few minutes of today left, and then the battle wouldn't end until after midnight, the battle wouldn't end until tomorrow. I wonder if the rematch would be available tomorrow, or not until the day after. And we have the same problem in this battle, needing to wait for Ice Statue to get used. Okay, annoyingly it's paralysed us, that will slow things down a bit. Battle 1. Ice Statue used. Nothing learned. I was saying about Garulamon, because you would be entering the battle today, but finishing the battle tomorrow. And so I wonder when the rematch would be. I wonder if it would be a case of, well, you started the battle before, well, it's like you started the battle on day X, let's just say day 10, so the rematch will be the day after, day 11, or it would be a case of you finished the battle on, you know, the day after day 10, so day 11, and, you know, agreed to have the rematch on the following day, on day 11, therefore the rematch would be on day 12. I'm not sure. You know, it's hard to say. Because I'm just not sure if it would go by, you know, the day when you approached Garurumon for the battle, or the day after you defeated Garurumon when you agreed on the rematch. Of course, this would only be possible if you literally entered the battle less than 20 minutes before the following day. Not having any joy so far, but, you know, the chances of us learning Ice Statue with Megadramon are not good. He has Ice as his second nature, Machine as his first, Battle as his third, Ice as his second. Speed Leaf dropped, but I didn't learn Ice Statue. Instead of learning Ice Statue, something even less likely happened. Ice Devimon dropped a Speed Leaf. That's something which, for me, I've only encountered twice in the 20 plus years that I've been playing this game. The drop rate is a mere 1%, whereas the chances of us learning Ice Statue with Megadramon are 8%. I just checked that. nothing learned again. But, you know, with an 8% chance, I think statistically it would take like 12 and a half battles. You know, thanks to the online resources that I'm consulting, I was able to confirm the chances of learning Ice Statue with Megadramon 8%, 8 times more likely than the chances of a Speed Leaf getting dropped. So far, Speed Leaf has been dropped, Ice Statue has not been learned. So it's the less likely thing that's happened so far. Nothing learned once again. And we're in a position where if we have a battle, then the end of the battle is going to be tomorrow. So I'm going to battle Garurumon, just so that I can get an answer to the question that I was asking myself. Won't be an immediate answer, but either tomorrow or the next day we will get the answer. And I suppose we might learn Ice Statue from Garurumon. Do we have good news regarding Ice Statue? No, we do not. Right, it's a new day, and later today, at about 4 PM, we will have an answer to my question. Because if Garurumon is here, then it means that it goes by what day it is when you challenge Garurumon. But if he's not here and it's random Digimon instead, then it means that it will go by what day it was after you defeat him and make the agreement with the rematch. So we can find out later today. Don't have to wait until tomorrow. Can't be sure that he'll survive another Megaton punch. Gotta keep my distance until Ice Statue gets used. Well, if Ice Statue gets used. It's not a case of when, it's a case of if. Well, we're not going to be finishing him off with Megaton Punch, we're finishing him off with Genocide Attack, which he definitely will not survive. Oh, how typical is that? We learn Ice Statue one battle after battling Garurumon. You know, the Garurumon battle, which would have been okay, I didn't want to leave. I was standing in a position where I automatically left. I want to come back here because I want to recruit Frigimon. Yeah, the battle against Garurumon, which would have been a lot quicker and easier with Ice Statue, you know, I didn't learn Ice Statue before the battle, so I had to have the battle with Megaton Punch, and then I have one more battle against Ice Devimon and I learn Ice Statue. That's just so typical. But I'm not moaning, I'm not complaining, I'm happy about the fact that I've learned Ice Statue. That's the most important thing. And Megadron wants to eat, which is convenient, because we have the food item Speed Leaf, which satisfies appetite and increases speed by 20. I'm now heading to the Great Canyon because I would like to battle and defeat and recruit Birdramon. So that's the next stop from here. And I didn't keep count of how many battles we had. Regarding trying to learn Ice Statue, there was the battle against Garurumon plus however many battles against Ice Devimon. I wasn't keeping track, but it was definitely below the statistical average of 12 and a half. So, you know, we weren't unlucky with learning Ice Statue. I mean, we weren't, like, I wouldn't say that we were, like, extremely fortunate, but I would say that we were closer to lucky than unlucky. And, also, since we're talking about techniques, I mentioned that Megadramon had an 8% chance of learning Ice Statue, and we learned a few techniques with Tyrannomon, so let's go over that as well. Megaton Punch, Tyrannomon had a 21% chance. Warcry, Tyrannomon had a 22% chance. Dynamite Kick, Tyrannomon had a 24% chance. I think those were the only techniques that we learned with Tyrannomon. You know, we accidentally learned Warcry against the Goborymons, which took 2 tries. We intentionally learned Megaton Punch from the Goborymons, which took 3 tries, and accidentally learned Dynamite Kick from Greymon, which obviously took just 1 try because you only battle Greymon once, providing that you defeat him. Well, you only defeat him once. I think that's the point I'm trying to make. Predictably, we made easy work of Birdramon. You know, Fire Digimon don't tolerate Ice Statue very well. And since this is post-commentary, I might as well just confirm that Garurumon isn't available later today. There's a point where I sleep and save and wake up at the time, within the time range that Garurumon would be available at if it was today, that he would be back for the rematch. And, I went to the area where Garurumon would be, and he wasn't there. but I then I don't keep it on record. I then stopped recording and then reloaded and then carried on from where I saved. So, you don't see me go to the part of Friesland where Garudamon would be and check. But, I'll just tell you that Garudamon isn't available later today. He's not available until tomorrow. So it does go by what day it is when you agree to have the rematch with Garudamon, not what day it is when you start the battle against Garudamon. So, I won't be going to the part of Friesland that Garudamon is at until the earliest of tomorrow. And, Olgamon is another Digimon who doesn't tolerate Ice Statue very well, along with the two Ogumons. So Megadramon is ideal for this kind of fight. Easy life. Since Digivolving into Megadramon, have we just recruited Frigimon and Birdramon? If so, then that's 30 prosperity points at the moment. We've made progress with Garulamon, but no recruitment as of yet. We've made progress with Skullgreymon, but no recruitment as of yet. In order to be able to recruit Skullgreymon, we need to have Xiaomon in the city, and we need to have a certain number of prosperity points. I'm not sure for certain how many it is. Possibly 35? I think it's under 40, but not much under 40. I think maybe it's about 35 or so, because you need to read an article on Xiaomon's notice board which says about Myotismon retiring. You need to have a certain number of prosperity points for that article to show, and you need to have seen to the initial part of Greylord's Mansion, like we have done. And then if you return to Greylord's Mansion, you can see to the second part of the Greylord's Mansion, which results in you being able to recruit Skullgreymon. So basically, go to Greylord's Mansion, see to the first part, giving the sirloin to Myotismon, have Xiaomon in the city with the necessary number of prosperity points, read the article about Myotismon's alleged retirement, I think it's article number 6, return to Greylord's Mansion, go to the room where Myotismon was, he will be missing, then go to the room where he was when you first found him, your character will acknowledge that he's not there, then attempt to exit Greylord's Mansion, Devimon will show up, and then you can go through a door that you previously couldn't go through, resulting in you being able to battle and defeat Tekamon and Skullgreymon, and then speak to Myotismon which results in the recruitment of Skullgreymon. In the previous room where the 3 Agumons were, I did the Agumon skip, which enabled me to make it through the room without needing to battle the Agumons. It's a simple enough skip. I did that just to save time, even though the battle would have been a cinch. There is also the Goborimon skip, a bit beyond here, but I don't attempt that because I'm not very good at pulling it off. You know, we're not really going to gain much of an advantage from it. You know, one battle against, you know, Goborimon, you know, take 1 or 2 attacks. You know, I'm not going to put myself through the pain of attempting something that I suck at when there's such little to be gained from it. I mean, the speedrunners pull it off easily enough, but not me. Okay, 2 ice statues. The Ice Sanctuary skip is also simple enough. I mean, the fact that I'm able to do it is proof that it's simple, because, you know, for me to be able to succeed at it, it has to be simple. Anything, you know, harder than simple, and I would have one heck of a hard time with pulling it off. As I don't think the Goborimon skip is difficult by any means, and even that I have a horrendous time with. You know, despite playing this game for over 20 years, you know, I still, you know, don't have most of the information stored in my head. Like, most of the information about the game I don't have stored in my head, and I have to rely on guides and resources. So, you know, most of the information that I have is information that I'm just reading from guides and resources, and within no time at all I forget the information, and then, you know, I have to, when doing a different challenge, I have to read the information again and have it in front of me again, and then within no time at all I forget it again. And my memory problems are somewhat to blame, but I'm not gonna hide behind that too firmly, because I do remember that even when I had a much better memory, you know, I still had to rely on, you know, resources a lot. Because, you know, when it comes to like Digimon types and the techniques that they can learn and use, and the probability of them learning the techniques, and, you know, the possible digivolutions and digivolution requirements, you know, I have very little of this information stored in my head. And, you know, requirements for recruitments, again, I've got very little of that information stored in my head. Oh, just so you know, after sleeping and saving, I then reloaded. Reason being is that after waking up, I then went to Freezeland and saw that Garulamon wasn't there, and then stopped recording and reloaded, and then carried on and started recording again and edited so that you don't see me go to Freezeland in pursuit of Garulamon, and instead the recording just carries on straight after waking up. And I believe Xiaomon is about to make it 32 prosperity points, unless there are other recruitments that I've done which I've forgotten about. With the dreadful memory that I've got, it wouldn't surprise me at all. And this is where I return to the city. One thing that I didn't account for when battling Garulamon is the fact that if you enter a new day during a battle, then even though it's a new day, and if you press the menu button, which on the PlayStation version is the circle button, then it will say the correct year and day. If you get into a battle like minutes, when there's only minutes of a day left, let's say it's day 10, you get into a battle when there's only minutes of day 10 left, and you enter day 11 during the battle, then the year and day will still be correct, although your Digimon's age won't go up by a day. It will stay as it was. So if your Digimon was 10 and then you entered a new day during a battle, then the age would still say 10, even though it should say 11. And also you won't be able to get meat or giant meat or sirloins from Tainomon or Palmon or Vegemon if you got it on the previous day, because it will be as if it's still that day even though it's the day after. I probably should have thought about that. You would only be able to get meat or giant meat or sirloins from the meat farm if you weren't given it on the previous day. Because, it's as if it's not a new day, even though it is. Now, I've come to the Dino region because I would really like to have some extra inventory space. I've only got room for 10 items, which means that I'm keen to encounter Nanimon for the first time and have him drop the accessory, which doubles your inventory space, enabling you to carry 20 items instead of 10. And one of the locations that he features at is the Dino region, and it's probably the easiest location to encounter him at. You just have to come to the Dino region, defeat Tyrannomon, make it up to Meteormon, defeat him, return to Tyrannomon, speak to him and have him join the city, and then after Tyrannomon joins the city, go back to where Meteormon was, and Nannymon will be there instead. Speak to him, he'll run off and drop the accessory if it's your first time of encountering him. If it's your second or third or fourth time of encountering him, then he won't drop anything. If it's your fifth time of encountering him, then he'll join the city and he'll drop the even better accessory, which enables you to carry 30 items instead of 20. I'm not happy about my limited infantry space. I would like to go to the Ice Sanctuary, but there's quite a few items there, and I just wouldn't have room for them in my infantry. But by getting the accessory from Nannymon, I will then have a lot more space, and I will be able to collect all of the items from the Ice Sanctuary when going there. So far, pretty much all of our opposition has been Digimon who don't tolerate Ice Statue very well. And that's not about to change here. Picking distance because I don't want to defeat Meteormon on a spot where he'll drop HP chip in a place that I won't be able to reach. And I was hoping he would come forwards, but I've just knocked him back into more or less the same position that he was in. Hopefully I'll be able to get the HP chip. And there's one bit of text that I have to go through very slowly, but I speed the video up. There it is. The HP chip does look obtainable. Yes. Yeah, that bit of text where when he says probably I'll go check out the island. On my version of the game, if I go through that quickly, then there's a high probability that it will result in the game freezing. So I have to pause on that bit of text. I'm not entirely sure how long for, but typically I pause for about 30 seconds, and usually the game then doesn't freeze. Instead of like not editing the video and playing it at the normal speed and just leave you hanging for about 30 seconds, I edit it and speed it up so that it's only brief for you viewers. And it's not just Meteormon who I have that problem with, of having to pause on a certain bit of text in order to prevent the game from freezing. I also have the same problem with Leomon in Gear Savannah when he says you can count on me, Devimon in Greylord's Mansion when he says say hi to Myotismon for me, and Devimon in Mount Infinity when he says we don't want a ruler, you're our only hope. And on all of those bits of text, I pause for about 30 seconds, but I speed it up every time, edit the video, speed it up, so that it will only be brief for you viewers. Here is Nanimon, and it looks like I didn't trigger him. Okay, worked that time. There's the accessory. That's been added to our 2 other accessories, the old rod and the amazing rod, meaning that we have 3 of the 4 accessories, and that's as good as it's going to get. We're not going to get the other accessory, you know, the other one that gets dropped by Nanimon, because we're not going to be encountering Nanimon 5 times. We're not going to be recruiting him, we're not going to be having him drop the accessory. It is possible for me to encounter Nanimon at 4 of his locations during this challenge. You know, as well as encountering him at the Dino region, I can encounter him at 3 of the other locations. Leomon's Ancestor's Cave, the Olga Fortress, and the sewer in Factorial Town. And even though I'm not going to gain an advantage from encountering him at those 3 locations, it's not going to be any progress towards, you know, any game completion, you know, nothing helpful is going to come out of it. I am still going to do it just because I just want to encounter him at the locations that I'm able to encounter him at. You know, see to 4/5 of his recruitment as opposed to just 1/5 of his recruitment. See to 80% of his recruitment instead of just 20% of his recruitment. And the Ice Sanctuary skip is coming up. Got it right that time, but I am prone to doing a dreadful job at it. Oh yeah, that mandatory battle against the Icemon and the 2 Olgamon lookalikes. They are virus types, same as our Digimon, and that means that it's possible that they won't all battle us. It's possible that only 2 of them will battle us, it's possible that only 1 of them will battle us. Because when you get challenged by a Digimon and there are other... When you get challenged by an opposing Digimon and there are other opposing Digimon on screen, sometimes the Digimon will choose to join in with the battle, sometimes the Digimon will choose not to. And I believe that if the Digimon are a different type to you, then they will definitely join in with the battle, whereas if they are if they are the same type as you, then they might choose not to. I think it's like 50-50. And usually you would have a Vaccine Digimon when progressing with the Ice Sanctuary, which means that all 3 of the Digimon would battle you, because they're Virus, you're Vaccine, but since we're Virus, same as them, you know, they might not all battle us. And of course, only 3 Digimon can battle you at once, so if you've got like 4 Digimon on screen, then regardless of types, at least 1 of them will choose not to battle you. I'll approach the Icemon because he's less of a threat. And it's just him we have to worry about. Yeah, it makes the most sense to approach the one who's, you know, the easiest to win against. the one that I approached, it was a certainty that that Digimon would battle me. The other two we couldn't be sure. So, the one where it's going to be certain that they're going to battle you, it just makes more sense to make sure that it's the one that's going to be the easiest to defeat if, one is easier than the other. If it's like the same, if it's like 3 Digimon and they're all exactly the same, if it had been like 3 Icemons, then, it wouldn't have made any difference. But since, there were 2 types of Digimon and Icemon was the easier to beat, the less threatening, my choice was to approach him so that I would definitely battle him, but hopefully not the others, and that was the case. Is that 36 prosperity points? Did Xiaomon make it 32? Did Tyrannomon make it 34? Did Angemon make it 36? Why am I asking? I should be telling you what's happening. I should be telling you what has happened. Oh, Ice Potion. I should be telling you, what has happened, what's going to happen, what's currently happening. I should be explaining it to you. I should be preaching to you. I shouldn't be uncertain about my own videos, my own challenge. I shouldn't be asking the questions. I should be explaining things, answering potential questions. I suppose I'm not asking you viewers, I suppose I'm asking myself. But still, it's not good. We've come here with the intention of helping out a rather large Digimon known as Waymon. Which means locking horns with a certain Olga Digimon for the 3rd time. The first 2 times he was accompanied by 2 Ogumons, and that's also how it will be when we encounter him for the 4th time. But this time, the 3rd time, he's not going to be encountered by any Ogumons. He's going to be accompanied by a Gabumon and a Warusidramon. Gabumon and Ogumon, they're similarly powered, but Warusidramon is a lot more powerful. A lot more powerful than Ogumon and Gabumon, a lot more powerful than Olgamon. In the first battle, 2nd battle, and 4th battle, you pretty much rely on Olgamon to defeat the Ogumons for you. In this battle, you pretty much rely on Warusidramon to defeat the Olgamon and the Gabumon for you. Don't go for Olgamon, go for Warusidramon. Don't get flattered. Unless I can't reverse it. Olgamon. I've got to change target, don't you understand? Why go back to attacking Olgamon? I mean, at least he's now defeated and out of the battle, but... Still, can't you follow simple instructions? Okay, that just about struck Digimon. Looks like the others struck Olgamon. Well, at least one of them made it through to Digimon. I mean, that's all you need. You only need one of them to hit target. Olgamon has not joined the city, but Waymon is about to. And that will give us access to Factorial Town, which creates the opportunity to recruit Metal Mumemon, Andromon, Guromon, and Numamon, giving you 10 prosperity points. It's also one of the areas where you encounter Nanimon, which is progress towards another prosperity point. You can also go to have Waymon take you to the secret beach cave if you want to help yourself to the Misty Egg Digivolution item that makes you Digivolve to Digitamamon. No useful purpose in this challenge, but we can sell it if we so wish. Oh yeah, now that we've defeated Olgamon for the third time, Nanimon will now be at the Olga Fortress. Nanimon being at the Olga Fortress is triggered by you defeating Olgamon the third time and recruiting Waymon. Nanimon at the Dino region is triggered by you recruiting Tyrannomon. Nanimon at Toy Town is triggered by you recruiting Muncymon. Nanimon at the sewer is triggered by you recruiting Andromon. Nanimon at Leomon's Ancestor's Cave is triggered by you recruiting Leomon. Things like happy mushrooms and blue apples and ice mushrooms and things like that, I can't really imagine them coming in handy in this challenge. Okay, the article about Myotismon is there, and I think that's with 38 prosperity points, which means, well, I mean, if I'm right about having 38 prosperity points, then it means that you don't need 40 prosperity points, but it doesn't tell us what the minimum requirement is. I mean, I doubt that it's 38. That just seems like a bit too random. I'm thinking it's probably more of a rounded number. Maybe 35, that would probably be my first guess. As I was saying though, like happy mushrooms, blue apples, ice mushrooms, I can't imagine them coming in handy in this challenge because my happiness and discipline is already at the maximum. And there's other items I can't really imagine coming in handy, like prickly pears, sweet nuts, digipines, etc, etc. But I will still collect them if I see them, because, you know, even though they're not exactly the rarest items in the world, they're not hugely common either. And, you know, anything that's less common than a Digimushroom, I probably would like to collect if I have the opportunity to. I'll probably just put it into the item bank and never use it, but I would still like to, you know, collect it. Anyways, We are on a journey to Greylord's mansion. We read the article about Myotismon and his alleged retirement, and that means that we can now see to the rest of Greylord's mansion and recruit Skull Greymon. I used to think that it was Myotismon that you recruited, but I don't think that's right. I think it's Skull Greymon that you recruit. And I don't think Skull Greymon is visible in the city. I think he just joins the arena tournaments. And I think Myotismon joins the arena tournaments as well. But I don't think it's classed as Myotismon's recruitment. I think it's classed as Skull Greymon's recruitment. I think Myotismon just joins the arena, like the Gekomon in the volume Villa. I think it's the one closest to the exit, where you speak to him and he says that he'll join the arena, but he doesn't join the city. You don't get prosperity points for him. And Myotismon, I think, joins the arena, but not the city, and you don't get prosperity points for him. I think it's Skull Greymon who you get the prosperity points for. And I think he's the one who officially joins the city, but I think it's just the arena tournament that he joins. I don't think that he can be visually seen anywhere in the city. The same with Myotismon and Gekomon, but they don't join the city, I don't think. And even though you get prosperity points for Seadramon, he doesn't join the city. Some of the Digimon who join the city are very easy to see, but some of them are less easy to see, less easy to find. It's like Nanimon. He's in the item bank. When he joins the city, he's located in the item bank behind Ogumon. If you get into the right position, then you can see him, but he's totally useless. He doesn't do anything. You might not encounter Vadermon or Digitamamon much, because they feature in the restaurant, but it's random as to whether or not they show up, and they only show up like a minority of the time. Like every time you enter, depending on the time, there's like a fixed Digimon who will be working there, and that's probably the Digimon you will encounter, but then there's also a chance that it might be Vadermon or might be Digitamamon, and it's just completely random. If you repeatedly enter, if you repeatedly enter, leave, re-enter, re-leave, re-enter, re-leave, re-enter, re-leave, etc, 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 then you will encounter Vadermon and Digitamamon, but they feature the least frequently out of the restaurant Digimon. Now there's a possibility we might learn Devolve Program from this battle, or Full Power from this battle. There's Full Power. No sign of Devolve Program, just Full Power. And we did learn it, but we're not going to get an advantage from that. I'm not going to use Full Power the same way that I wouldn't have used Devolve Program. Our attack is very high. I'm happy enough with our other stats. I'm not going to use full power. I'm just going to strike the opposition with Ice Statue as quickly and frequently as possible. Out of the techniques that Tekkamon uses, it is possible for Megadramon to learn Megaton Punch from Tekkamon. The statistics are 9%, but we already had Megaton Punch, which meant there was no chance of us learning Megaton Punch from Tekkamon with Megadramon. Buster Dive, another technique that Tekkamon uses, as well as Megaton Punch. And that is a technique that can't be learned or used with Megadramon. Then that leaves Full Power and Devolve Program, which you can learn and use with Megadramon. Megadramon has Machine as his first nature, so he'll be most confident with learning machine techniques. Just looking at it, the chances of us learning Full Power were 25%. The chances of us learning Devolve Program would have been 32%. But it doesn't matter in the slightest. There are other techniques which we will have chances of learning, but I'm not going to be remotely interested in them. Nothing will be gained from learning them if we were to learn them. I've chosen to come to Freezeland because it's 4 AM, which is the first hour in which Kokatorimon becomes available in the Misty Trees. I'm hoping to take advantage of that and encounter Kokatorimon, battle Kokatorimon, defeat Kokatorimon, recruit Kokatorimon, bring our number of prosperity points from 41 to 43. Just looking at the machine techniques, Power Crane, I don't think any of the compulsory battles will involve Power Crane being used, or Range Beam. Well, Metal Mumemon uses that, as does Machine Dramon, chances are 16%. Metal Splinter we've already got, but the chances would be 35%. Pulse Laser might get used by Metal Mumemon, chances would be 28%. Delete Program and DG Dimension might get used by Guromon, chances of Delete Program are 20%, chances of DG Dimension are 15%. Megadramon and Mount Infinity might also use DG Dimension. Guromon might also use Devolve Program. The chances of learning it are 32%. I think that more or less does it. Metal Mumemon might use Metal Splinter, but we've already got it. It came free with Megadramon. Now I would like to defeat Gabumon and Patamon and have them join the city Reason being, we're not far away from where they feature. Gabumon features in the Misty Trees, as does Kokatorimon, a bit beyond this area, and Patamon is in the Gear Savannah, not far from here. But I'm also thinking about Garulamon. Are we about to want to sleep? Yes, we are. I was thinking about that. I was thinking, it can't be much longer until Megadramon is due to sleep. And we wake up, I think, at 4 p.m. and Garulamon is available at that time. So if we sleep, then Garulamon will be available. I would very much like to make the most of the opportunity to battle him and have him join the city. Of course, we have to leave and re-enter in order for Garulamon to be present, but the other option would have been to have reset the game, but it's much easier and quicker to just leave and re-enter, and here we are. Being an Ice Digimon, Garulamon is a bit more resistant to Ice Statue than some of the Digimon that we've been up against, and some of the Digimon who we are going to go up against as we proceed further with this challenge. 2 more prosperity points for Garulamon puts us up to 45. That means that we will now have access to Leomon's Ancestor's Cave. There are 2 requirements to have access to Leomon's Ancestor's Cave. One of them is to have a minimum of 45 prosperity points. The other is to have recruited Miramon, if I'm not mistaken. We're getting close to 50 prosperity points, which is the minimum number of prosperity points needed in order for Digimon to mention about Mount Infinity, resulting in you being challenged by Airdramon, and defeating him grants you access to Mount Infinity, where you can obviously defeat Machinedramon, the final boss, and also defeat and recruit Devimon, Metal Greymon, Megadramon and Digitamamon, and Airdramon, giving you a combined total of 13 prosperity points. Well, you don't battle Airdramon at Mount Infinity, you battle him in the city, but defeating Machinedramon is what results in Airdramon joining the city. It's also what results in Devimon and Metal Greymon joining the city. You defeat them before Machinedramon, and they don't join the city as a result of you defeating them. They join the city as a result of you defeating them and Machinedramon. The recruitment becomes official when you defeat Machinedramon. And after defeating Machinedramon, Digitamamon then becomes available in the room that Machine Dramon was in. You have to return to Mount Infinity for it, and then defeat Digitamamon and he'll join the city straight afterwards. As for Megadramon, well, his recruitment isn't affected by Machine Dramon in any sort of way. You can battle Megadramon before Machine Dramon, you can battle him after Machine Dramon, it's up to you. You know, you just have to battle and defeat Megadramon and he joins the city, regardless of the situation with Machine Dramon or any of the other Digimon within Mount Infinity. 50 prosperity points is also the minimum amount required in order for Etamon to spawn at the native forest, where if you defeat him, then he will join the city. Now, Gabumon brought us up to 46 prosperity points, Patamon will make it 47. Have to defeat him 3 times, but it will be simple enough. I imagine 2 ice statues is all it will take to defeat him once, so 6 ice statues in total, provided he doesn't block any attacks. That's looking accurate so far. You know, 2 ice statues did indeed do it. 4 more should be all we need, providing they get performed properly and don't get blocked and don't miss. Inevitably, Patamon was incapable of causing us the slightest bit of difficulty. When I was in the Gecko Swamp, you saw me collect the spiny green. It's one of the rarer items. It greatly reduces tiredness. I can't imagine tiredness being a problem, so I just gave it to Megadramon when he wanted to eat, despite the fact that his tiredness would have been virtually at 0, because, you know, I wanted to feed him, wanted to give him a food item, thought I would just give him the spiny green. You know, it's not like I'm going to end up in a position where, you know, tiredness is a problem. I can't imagine so. And, you know, there's always the clinic. Should tiredness become a problem, but I highly doubt it will. Oh yeah, 45 prosperity points. That's also the minimum number of prosperity points needed in order for Vadermon to show up at Mount Panorama. But there are other requirements. You have to go to Mount Panorama and acknowledge the crop circle. Then you have to recruit Xiaomon so that you have Xiaomon's notice board. You need to have enough prosperity points in order for there to be an article which is referring to crop circles at Mount Panorama. I don't know what the required number of prosperity points is, but if you return here like we are about to do, then you will acknowledge that there's a second crop circle. And then if you go back to the notice board with a minimum of 45 prosperity points, there'll be another article regarding the crop circles, and if you then return to the crop circles, you'll see that there's a whole lot more of them, and then Vadermon shows up, talks to you, and then joins the city. When I played this game for the first time as a kid and I saw the crop circle, I thought that it was a drain. Okay, all 8 of the articles are there, because when we first read Xiaomon's notice board, we read the first 5 articles, and then we read the 6th one later on regarding Myotismon, and then just then we read the 8th one regarding Vadermon, and the 7th one, which is also regarding Myotismon. That article features after you recruit Skull Greymon. So if we return to the crop circles in Mount Panorama, then Vadermon will show up. But I'd probably like to tie his recruitment in with Mummemon. I think I would like to go there when I'm planning on grinding for Mummemon, getting him to show up. Recruit Vadermon first, then grind for Mummemon, and defeat and recruit him after Vadermon. I just did the rest of the initial steps in order for Vadermon to be available, and now I've come to the drill tunnel intent on defeating and recruiting Olgamon. Then I can go to Leomon's ancestor's cave and help myself to the stone. Then I can go and recruit Dremolgemon. Then from there, go to Gia Savannah, recruit Leomon, return to the drill tunnel, and encounter Nanimon at Leomon's ancestor's cave. This 4th Olgamon battle is the easiest. The next easiest is the 1st Olgamon battle, followed by the 2nd Olgamon battle. The 3rd Olgamon battle is the most difficult out of the 4 battles. They get progressively harder, the 2nd being harder than the 1st, the 3rd being harder than the 2nd, and it would make logical sense for the 4th to be harder than the 1st. Not the case at all. The 4th is the easiest. Our attack is 986, that's virtually at the maximum. The attack chip will only put it up by 13, but I might as well do it. Put our attack up to the maximum of 999. That happy mushroom is probably going to be of no value at all. But I do like to, collect the items that you don't expect to encounter. Collect the items that are, not common. the items that are rarer than the Digimushrooms. The Digimushrooms are the most common. I'm not sure what the next most common is after the Digimushrooms. Prickly pears are pretty common. Happy mushrooms are hardly the rarest of items. Blue apples are not so common. Same with big berries. Orange banana, I'd probably say, is less common than a happy mushroom, but more common than a blue apple and big berry. Dulux mushrooms is one of the rarer items. The spiny green isn't common by any means. Vitamin C is one of the rarer items. I think the rarest pickup item would have to be the chain melon in Gear Savannah. In all my years of playing this game, I didn't even know that it was possible to find a chain melon, but it is. There's a spot in the Gear Savannah where chain melons can spawn, but it's very rare. It's the rarest of all the items that you can find lying around. I only found out about it because I saw a video of it. Had it not been for that video, then I never would have known, and I can't imagine I ever would have stumbled upon it. I thought that the only way to get a chain melon was by defeating Machine Dramon at the back dimension and having Digimon, present you with a chain melon, but no, you can find it lying around. I never have done, and I don't think I ever will do, because I just can't imagine myself grinding for it. Not when there's such a low chance of it being there. Now, when I was in Greylord's mansion, you saw the bit of text that I paused on and speeded the video up, like with Meteormon and the Dino region, and you're about to see it for a third time when having the conversation with Leomon. There it is. I also don't mash the X button when going through the initial text, because I find that also can result in the game freezing. So when going through it, I do sort of pause for about half a second, and then when I get to the final bit of text, I pause for about 30 seconds. In order to encounter Leomon, you don't need to have his ancestor's stone. If you do what we did, which resulted in Leomon showing up and rescuing the Patamon, you don't need Leomon's ancestor's stone in order for that to happen. There are no requirements in order for that to happen apart from to go to Gear Savannah and go up the path like I did, and to encounter Leomon in order to speak to Leomon in the area that he was in, you don't need his ancestor's stone for that either. But if you don't have his stone on you when you speak to him, then he won't join the city, and you'll have to return when you do have his stone, and then he does join the city. Or you can do what I did, and that's already have the stone when speaking to him for the first time, and he'll join the city afterwards. Where are we up to with prosperity points? I think we entered the drill tunnel with 47, which means that Olgamon would have made it 49, Dramoljamon would have made it 51, Leomon would have made it 53, and Midnight is not far away, which means that the shift change at Factorial Town is not far away. That is something that I want to make the most of. Because even though in order to make it past the guards, the two Guardromons, you're meant to have to talk to them. Well, there's like a few requirements. You have to go to the sewer and speak to Numamon. You have to speak to Andromon. You have to speak to the Guardromons. I don't know what the correct order is, because it's been such a long time since I've done it the normal way. So I can't remember what order you have to do it in with speaking to the Digimon. But I know you do have to go to the sewer and speak to Numamon, you have to speak to Andromon, you have to speak to the Guardromons, and they inform you of when the shift change is. The shift change being at midnight and midday, and then if you go there at midnight or midday, then the Guardromons will be gone and you can make it past them. But the initial stuff isn't actually necessary. You can just go straight to where the Guardromons would normally be at midnight or midday, and they will be gone, and you can proceed. There you go. It doesn't have to be bang on midnight, you don't have to do it to the absolute minute, the absolute fraction. You can have a few minutes either side, a few minutes before, a few minutes after, but there isn't much room for error, there isn't much of a range. And isn't that annoying? Only one of them's battling us though. Well, this shouldn't be too difficult. Total cinch. I mean, if I, was like a lot weaker, had like much worse stats, much worse techniques, then, I might have run from the battle. But obviously I knew that it would be, an easy win. So I decided to see the battle through. Had I ran, then it would have sent me back to a previous area, which would have wasted time. And also my happiness and discipline would have been negatively impacted by it. And I would have to have and there would have been the small chance of me accidentally running into another battle. But, just defeat the Digimon and proceed. I mean, the battle will result in, time going forwards by about 20 minutes, but that would happen regardless of whether you were to see the battle through or run away from the battle. hopefully we won't defeat Guromon dead in the centre of the room, because that's where he collapses after you defeat him. And if you defeat him dead in the centre of the room, then that's where he'll drop his defence chip, and then he'll collapse on top of it, making the defence chip unobtainable. That is pretty close, but there is a bit of a gap between where he is and the centre. Okay, that's fine, I think. Yeah. When he says that he's losing power, if you don't press X straight away, then he will move into the centre of the room and then stop, and then when you press X, he'll collapse. But if you are like mashing X and you like press X immediately, like as soon as he says I'm losing power, he'll then collapse when you press X. So he won't make it to the centre of the room, because he won't get a chance to move, because by pressing X, you know, he'll stop moving and he'll collapse. And it looks like we have the enabled technique now, which means that our brains is at a minimum of 500. And I used to wonder, like, once you get your brains up to 500, is there any sense in going any higher with it? Like, do you have anything extra to gain? Because you don't, like, learn any new commands once you get to 500 brains. I can confirm that there is sense in going further with brains, and that being because it reduces the MP consumption from using techniques. When your brains reaches 700, the MP consumption for techniques goes down by 5%. When your brains gets to 800, it goes down by 10%. When your brains gets to 900, it goes down by 15%. When your brains gets to 999, it goes down by 20%. So if a technique costs, say, 300 MP, get your brains up to 700, have MP consumption go down by 5%. 5% of 300, I believe that's 15. So instead of costing 300 MP, it would cost 285. Get your brains up to 10%. Sorry, no, get your brains up to 800, have the MP consumption go down by 10%. Instead of costing 300 MP, it would cost 270. Get your brains up to 900, have MP consumption go down by 15%. Instead of costing 300 MP, it would cost... What would it cost? 255, is it? I think that's right. And then get brains up to 999, reduce MP consumption by 20%. Instead of costing 300 MP, it would cost 240 MP. Because, you know, just going by a random number like 300, 5% is 15, 10% is 30, 15% is 45, 20% is 60. Now we've recruited Numamon, bringing us up to 54 prosperity points, and we've spoke to Andromon, and now I'm going to be grinding for Metal Mumemon. I'm hoping to get him to show up. No, so I have to leave and re-enter, and I have to keep doing that until Metal Mumemon shows up. You know, I've speeded the video up because I don't want it to be boring and tedious and repetitive for you viewers. The conversation that I had with Andromon, you can only have that conversation with Andromon after you defeat and recruit Numamon. And when you have the conversation with Andromon, he says about recovering data. And if you leave and come back within a certain amount of time and speak to him again, he would have recovered the data, and he'll join the city. And that will result in Nanimon appearing in the sewer, and then also if you return to Guromon, he would have recovered, and he will also join the city if you speak to him. But Andromon and Guromon are not currently recruitable, but Metal Mumemon is, should we get him to show up. Numamon was, and you know, we've already recruited him. And you know, Nanimon we will encounter later on in the sewer, but we won't be recruiting him in this challenge. We won't be getting his second accessory item that he drops. Well, luck's been pretty rotten so far, and I'm concerned about how close Megadramon is to needing the toilet. Doesn't need to eat. I don't want to let him sleep because I want to encounter Metal Mumemon. Oh, speak of the devil. Well, that's fair enough. Well, paralysis made that battle very easy. 57 prosperity points, and one of the more frustrating recruitments in the bag. Personally, I would probably consider Monochromon to be the most frustrating recruit, because of how much you are dependent on luck, and you know, it can take, well, depending on luck, you know, it can take many tries before you are successful with Monochromon's recruit. So for me, Monochromon is the most frustrating recruit, and then joint second is Mumemon, Metal Mumemon, and Pixiemon. And you can probably guess why I consider them to be three of the more frustrating recruits. It's because of, you know, having to, like, trying to get them to show up. I don't know the exact probability of them showing up, but I would guess it's probably a maximum of 5%. which statistically means it would take about 20 tries before they show up. So it is frustrating having to repeatedly enter and leave an area in the hope of a Digimon showing up. And, you know, with bad luck, you know, you can be there for a very long time. With Metal Mummemon, our luck was very bad. We had to enter and leave a lot of times, more than I would have liked. I finally collected the Misty Egg from the secret beach cave, and now the Misty Egg from the secret beach cave, that was quite overdue, and now I'm doing something which is a lot more overdue, and that's speaking to Nanimon at the Olga Fortress. So I've spoke to him at the Dino region, Leomon's ancestor's cave, about to speak to him at the Olga Fortress, and then that will only leave the sewer in Factorial Town as the other location where it's possible for me to encounter him in this challenge. I mean, even though I was unlucky with getting Metal Mummemon to show up, the battle itself I was very lucky, but I would rather it be the other way around. I would rather get lucky with getting the Digimon to show up and then be less lucky with the battle. Because even if, you know, my luck with the battle is bad, I still can't imagine it being too difficult. You know, not if I've got, you know, a good Digimon with good stats and good techniques, good items, etc, etc. Well, hopefully we will be due good luck with Piximon and Mummemon, or at least one of them, because of the fact that we were very unlucky with Metal Mummemon. And it's time to battle Ninjamon, because he's going to show up now that Numamon's been recruited. In order for Ninjamon to show up, you have to come here when the secret item shop is open, and that means needing to recruit either Numamon, Moljamon, Devimon, or Mummemon. They are the 4 Digimon who work in the secret item shop. Recruit just one of them, Ninjamon will show up. We recruited Numamon, therefore Ninjamon has shown up. And from here we can go to the tree that Etamon will drop down from and have it out with him. Now we're up to 59 prosperity points. Etamon will make it 62. And I've got no intention on going to the back dimension in this challenge. That does mean that before battling Machinedramon at Mount Infinity, I will need to be done with the Olga Fortress, the Ice Sanctuary and Greylord's Mansion, because those are the 3 destinations that the back dimension can be at. And I'm pretty sure I am done with those 3 locations. Again, lucky with The battle, lucky with paralysis. Greylord's Mansion, we've recruited Skull Greymon, we've collected all of the items in there. Ice Sanctuary, we've recruited Armgemon and collected all of the items. The Ogre Fortress, we've recruited Shaomon and Olgamon, spoke to Nannymon, and collected all of the items. So I don't believe there are any stones unturned with those 3 locations. Trying to think what's left to do. There's Pixiemon, Vadermon and Mummemon. Those Digimon would bring us up to 71 prosperity points. There's Andromon and Guromon, that would bring us up to 77 prosperity points. Monochromon make it 79, Vegemon make it 81, Moldramon make it 83, Airdramon make it 85, Devimon make it 87, Metal Greymon make it 90, Megadramon make it 93, Digitamamon make it 96, and that will be challenge done. In order to recruit Moldramon, there's just 2 items outstanding, 2 trades outstanding. We've traded 7 of the 9 items: Digimushroom, Happy Mushroom, Medium Recovery, High Speed Disc, Giant Meat, Digianchovy, Black Trout. Just leaves Super Carrot and Omni Floppy. When we recruit Vegemon, we will be able to buy a Super Carrot from him, trade the Super Carrot with the Moldramon who wants the Super Carrot, and then we'll get an Omni Floppy in return. Then we can trade the Omni Floppy with the other Moldramon and have Moldramon join the city. We could get a Super Carrot by defeating red Vegemons. There's a 10% chance of them dropping a Super Carrot, but that's really not necessary. There's no rush. We can just wait until we recruit Vegemon and then get a Super Carrot the easy way. And I have made a mistake with Moldramon's recruitment, because there's one Moldramon who I've already done all 3 of the trades with, the one who wants High Speed Discs, Black Trouts and Giant Meats. The other 2 Moldramons I haven't done all of the trades with. The one who wants Digimushrooms, Happy Mushrooms and Super Carrots, the one who wants Medium Recoveries, Omni Floppies and Digianchovies. And because of that, the Moldramon who's going to join the city is going to be one of those 2 Moldramons who I haven't yet done all of the trades with, because the Moldramon who you do the 9th and final trade with is the Moldramon who joins the city. If we were to get a Super Carrot, do the trade with the Moldramon, get the Omni Floppy, then trade the Omni Floppy, then the Moldramon who wants Digianchovies, Omni Floppies and Medium Recoveries would be the one who will join the city. If, however, we get an Omni Floppy first and trade the Omni Floppy with the Moldramon who wants the Omni Floppy, and then trade the Super Carrot with the Moldramon who wants the Super Carrot, then the Moldramon who wants Digimushrooms, Happy Mushrooms and Super Carrots will be the Moljamon who will join the city. And I get perfect luck with Piximon. I came here for Piximon. I was expecting to have to enter and leave a load of times, but I got the best case scenario. Showed up immediately. 65 prosperity points, and I do usually use a protective floppy against Piximon because of how prone status harm is. Bug and Danger Sting both have a high rate of causing flattening, and Confusion Storm has a very high rate of causing confusion. And the reason why I'm not happy about the Moljamon recruit is because usually the Moljamon who wants giant meats, high speed discs and black trouts is the Moljamon who I like to do the final trade with, because he's the one who I want to join the city. Because out of the 3 Moljamons, that Moljamon I value the least when it comes to the potential trades, you know, the items that you can get, how good of a trade it is for you, you know, that Moljamon I value the least. So I like it when he's the one who joins the city and leave the other 2 Moljamons. So normally I would only trade 2 of the items with that Moljamon, hold on to the other item, make sure I'm done with doing the trades with the 2 other Moljamons, and then do the final trade with the Moljamon in question and have him join the city, and, you know, not lose the ability to do trades with the other Moljamons. You know, lose the ability to do trades with the one who joins the city, but he's the one I value the least. And in this challenge I made the mistake of doing all 3 of the trades with this particular Moljamon first, before doing all the trades with the other Moljamons, and because of that, the Moljamon who I'm going to lose is going to be one of the Moljamons who I value more when it comes to potential trades. I wasn't thinking, I made a mistake. But in this challenge, it's really not going to be the end of the world. I will complete the challenge, no problem, I would imagine, and then afterwards I'm just going to erase the game once I'm done, and yeah, Moljamon won't be a problem. I mean, if this was a game where I wanted to collect all the medals and keep the game, you know, not erase it, not save over it, then the situation with the Moljamon would have been a lot more important to me. But in this challenge, it's not the end of the world. But nonetheless, I still made a mistake with the Moljamon recruit. And this is where we start to grind for Mumemon. Unfortunately, we did not get perfect luck with Mumemon like we did with Piximon. Buddy's shown up now. After having bad luck with Metal Mumemon, we were due good luck with Piximon, which happened. But then we were due bad luck with Mumemon, and that happened as well. Now we're at 71 prosperity points. 25 left up for grabs. I mean, Factorial Town will be a cinch, just return once Andromon has recovered the data. Speak to him, he'll join the city, go to the sewer, speak to Nanimon, go to Guromon, speak to him, he'll join the city. 3 of the 4 most frustrating recruitments are now done. Mumemon, Metal Mumemon and Piximon, leaving just Monochromon. It's almost day 15, which is when the rain plant will be available. We can help ourselves to that, and then we'll be able to recruit Vegimon, then buy a super carrot from him, and then recruit Moljamon. In order to be able to recruit Vegimon, you have to recruit Palmon so that Tainamon is no longer the Digimon on the meat farm. And then on day 15 of each year, there will be a rain plant next to Tainamon, which you need to collect, and you have to collect it on day 15. If you don't collect it on day 15, then it won't be available on day 16. You would have to wait till the following year in order to get it. It's exclusively only available on day 15. You also have to speak to Tainamon when you have a minimum of, I think it's 9 prosperity points, and she mentions that there's a plant growing in the tropical jungle. You have to have that conversation with Tainamon in order for the plant to appear in the tropical jungle. Then go there with the rain plant, water the plant with the rain plant, and then Vegimon will, what's the word? Emerge? Be born? Appear? I don't know what the word is, but you'll be presented with Vegimon and he will join the city. And I'm hoping that it's been long enough for Andromon to have recovered the data. I'm not entirely sure what the protocol is, like if it's a case of a certain amount of time needing to pass. But he has recovered the data. I don't know if it's a case of like a certain amount of time needing to pass, or if it's something else, or time combined with something else. If it is solely about time, which I believe that it is, then I don't know what the requirement is. I don't know like how much time needs to pass. I don't know if it varies. But whatever box is needed, well, whatever box or boxes needed ticking, the ticking had been seen to because Andromon joined the city. And we're going to be speaking to Nanimon for the final time in this challenge. This puts us 80% of the way with his recruitment, which is as far as we can go due to restrictions that we have to abide by. Next up is Guromon. When we're done with him, we'll be at 77 prosperity points. And by the time that we return to the city, I suspect that it will be day 15, and the rain plant will be available. And that was a boneheaded move on my part. I must have been getting confused with what direction you can safely run in without encountering the guardrail. Yeah, most of my videos are a suggestion that I'm not very good at avoiding random Digimon. That should be obvious. I mean, in most of my challenges I run into unwanted battles, unintentional battles, battles against random Digimon. And due to how bad I am, I do have a tactic of like mashing the infantry button as a way of like slowing the game down, like effectively playing it slow motion, just to sort of help me see like where the random Digimon are, like what direction they're going in, and sort of help me make it past them without running into them and being challenged by them. Now, when I was playing, I actually forgot about the rain plant and entered Digimon's house. And as entering his house, I then the rain plant then caught my eye. I noticed it, and then I thought, oh yeah. So I helped myself to it. Next stop, tropical jungle. And after recruiting Vegemon, I forget to approach him and purchase a super carrot from him. And I go to Birdramon and have her take me to Friesland. And then after travelling some of the distance, I then remember that I forgot to purchase a super carrot from Vegemon. So then I return to the city via an autopilot and speak to Vegemon and get presented with 3 sirloins, and then purchase a super carrot from him, and then have Birdramon take us back to Friesland. Then I go to Moljamon and trade the super carrot for the Omni Floppy, trade the Omni Floppy for whatever it is you get in exchange. Not a super defense disc, either a super speed disc or a super attack disc. And then I realise the mistake that I made with Moljamon's recruit. I realised that I shouldn't have traded all 3 of the items with the Moljamon who wants black trouts, giant meats and giant meats and high speed discs. I should have traded just I should have traded just 2 of the items and left the other item in the item bank. So either put a But out of the 3 items, you know, like, put one of the items in the item bank, trade the other 2, and then when recruiting Digimon and buying the super carrot from him, withdraw the necessary item from the item bank, trade the super carrot, then trade the Omni Floppy, then go to the other Moldramon and trade the last remaining item with him, be it a black trout or giant meat or high speed disc. With the way I go about the game, usually it's a black trout that I trade last. Usually I see to the high speed disc first and then the giant meat, and have a black trout reserved in the item bank, and then make that the 9th and final item that I trade. And like I said, I've come to Freeze Land in a rather foolish way, because I'm coming here unequipped. And this is where the penny dropped. Right, now we go to Freeze Land, having done the necessary preparations. It's not the Moldramon I would have wanted to have recruited. But I've only got myself to blame for not using my brain properly. I mean, it has been many months since I last played this game. I mean, prior to doing this challenge, you know, I had a phase of doing a lot of challenges for this game in quick succession, which meant that at the time I was in a much sort of bigger habit of playing the game, and then after going many months without playing, I guess I wasn't quite so fresh with, you know, how I usually go about completing the game, or how I did go about completing the game in the other challenges. But I don't want to make excuses. The fact is that, you know, I have made a number of mistakes during this challenge, and ideally mistakes wouldn't happen. I got into that battle solely to remove the Rockmon who was blocking the computer, because I have OCD with wanting to loot all of the computers in this game, even if it's an item that I don't care about. And I tried to involve as many Digimon as possible, because there were 2 Rockmon and 2 of the Monochromon lookalikes on screen, well, I ended up in a battle with 1 of the Rockmons and the 2 Monochromon lookalikes, and you know, I wanted you know, to have multiple opponents because of how, well, ideally 3 opponents, because of how prone the Digimon in Mount Infinity are to damaging each other because of the types of techniques that they've got. Just makes the battles easier and, in my opinion, just more fun, more entertaining. Run to the left, that's my way of making it past this bit without getting into an unwanted battle, providing that I continue to avoid those Digimon while exploring through that area. Well, the next room is the room where Devimon shows up. Remember, there's one bit of text that I have to go through slowly when he says about not wanting a ruler. But like with the Devimon in Greylord's Mansion, and Leomon in Gear Savannah, and Meteormon in the Dino region, the text gets speeded up, so it will only be brief for you viewers. Easy life. There's the bit of text. I think I do it at 20 times the speed. Well, it's very clear and obvious that I do speed it up. You know, the speed that Megadramon's wings flap at is pretty much all the indication that you need. And when I edit, you know, clips and speed clips up, I always mute the clips that I speed up. Because otherwise, the audio is probably going to sound really messed up. Yeah, the audio probably wouldn't be nice to listen to. It'll probably just sound like horrible screeching noises. Yeah, I choose not to battle the Mega Dramon during this visit. I choose to wait until the second visit, when I return for Digitamamon, and that's just because when you defeat Mega Dramon, he gets replaced by random Digimon who roam in this area, and instead of defeating Mega Dramon the first time, and then having to avoid random Digimon when coming here for the second time, I choose to leave Mega Dramon the first time so that there's no random Digimon when I return for the second time, so I don't have the obstacle of having to avoid random Digimon, because Mega Dramon will still be there, then I defeat him, then I defeat Digitamamon, and then I autopilot back to the city. And then there's no need for me to ever return to Mount Infinity. Not with Airdramon, Devimon, Metal Greymon, Megadramon and Digitamamon all recruited and Machine Dramon defeated. Metal Greymon has high HP, but he will be vulnerable to ice. Well, all of his stats are high, but I knew that Ice Statue would do a lot of damage to him. Anyway, Vegemon made it 79 prosperity points, Moldramon made it 81. After we defeat Machine Dramon, Airdramon would make it 83, Devimon would make it 85, Metal Greymon would make it 88. Then after that, Megadramon would bring it up to 91, Digitamamon would bring it up to 94. That'll just leave Monochromon, bring it up to 96. Obviously we can't recruit Muncymon or Nannymon. And those two Digimon account for the 4 other prosperity points. The 4 prosperity points that we won't be able to obtain. And when you don't purchase protective floppies, usually you would only end up with 2 protective floppies during the challenge. One that you find in Greywood's mansion, one that you find in the lava cave. And when that is the way of things, I typically use one for Piximon and the other for Machine Dramon. I also tend to use the pointless Omni Disc in this battle as well. I say about, not defeating Megadramon during our first trip to Mount Infinity. I mean, there can be exceptions, like if I'm doing... Because, like, when you defeat Megadramon, he drops an item chip, I think it's an attack chip, and there's 2 computers behind him. I think one of them contains a HP chip, and the other contains an MP chip. And if I was doing a type of challenge where those item chips would be particularly valuable, especially like prior to the battle against Metal Greymon and Machine Dramon, a challenge where I would just want to use item chips as quickly as possible, as soon as possible, then maybe, I might defeat Megadramon during the first trip to Mount Infinity. I know for certain that I have done previously when doing different challenges for this game. But when it doesn't really matter, my preference is to leave Megadramon until the second trip to Mount Infinity. And we are about to leave. We are leaving, we are about to return. We have returned. And I'm going to be going straight back to Mount Infinity, so I'll just run here. Then let the dialogue happen. And Mount Infinity is mine. We're going to use the skip to avoid the Monochromon lookalikes. And I make a boneheaded move, not when entering the next area, but when entering the area after that, where I think I got confused and lost track of which room I was entering, and I ended up running straight into a battle against the 2 Garulamon lookalikes. When I entered that area the last time, the area that I'm entering now, I said, run to the left. But I don't do that this time. Instead, I do that. But only one of them's battling, and I have Ice Statue and maximum attack and very good all-round stats. The point I'm making is that I'm kind of fortunate in that these unwanted battles have come in a challenge where I've had a good Digimon with good stats, good techniques, and good items. If it was a challenge where I was a lot more restricted with stats and techniques and Digimon, then obviously battles would be a lot more of a problem. Okay, well, I'm pleased I made it past them without getting into a battle, because that doesn't always end successfully for me. It's very prone to ending unsuccessfully, very prone with me running into a battle against them. That possibly is the case the majority of the time. I'm not sure. Maybe the majority of the time I successfully make it past them. Maybe the majority of the time I don't successfully make it past them. Maybe it's 50-50, I'm not sure. But I made it past them that time, which I'm pleased about. Right, time for Megadramon to defeat his counterpart. Your character shouldn't have trouble recognizing Megadramon, considering that your own Digimon is Megadramon. But whatever. I mean, most of the time, most of the dialogue in this game is the same regardless of which Digimon you have, but there are exceptions. Dialogue can vary, like when you go to Trash Mountain for the first time and get approached by the Sukamon, the dialogue is different if your own Digimon is Sukamon. When you fall off the cliff at the Great Canyon, the dialogue is different if you have a winged Digimon. There are other bits of dialogue which vary depending on certain variables. I don't know if maybe it might be possible to like hack the program in and find all of the different bits of dialogue and the ones where it can vary, and then maybe share that with the Digimon community, the YouTube community. Me personally, I have no desire to do a video for it. I have no desire to pursue all of the different bits of dialogue and, you know, do a video about it. It's not something I want to do. Excellent. We really fried him. And if there was a yokel watching this video, then I hope that they would be impressed. Okay, we should be at 94 prosperity points. I will speak to Digimon to verify that. And if that is the way of things, then the next stop will be the Great Canyon, the Monochromon shop. Incidentally, Monochromon is the only Digimon missing from this shop. Out of the 4 Digimon who work at this item shop, 3 of them we've recruited, that being Patamon, Biomon and Unimon. The other is Monochromon, he's the only one we haven't recruited. Didn't really need to top up on items, but I do have OCD in a lot of different ways. When I approach the later stages of a challenge, I do like to top up on the items just so that when I finish the challenge, you know, I'm virtually at the I virtually have the maximum number of all of the items that are in my inventory. Digimon, please present me with good news. Ah, thank you. Angemon, I assume you'll have a hint regarding Monochromon. There it is. And no other hint. You see, with with the majority of Angemon's hints, the hint that's referring to a particular Digimon will disappear after you recruit that particular Digimon. But that isn't always the case. Sometimes the hint will disappear after you do something else, and so the hint can disappear even if you haven't recruited the Digimon. Like with Kawagamon and Carbuterimon, I think you just have to become friends with Seadramon in order for the hint to disappear. With Muncymon, I think you just have to defeat Otamamon and speak to Shogun Gekomon in order for the hint to disappear. With Nannymon, I think you just have to speak to him a certain number of times in order for the hint to disappear. I assume that when I end the challenge, the only item I won't have 99 of out of the items that are in my inventory, which can be purchased from the item shop, will be autopilots, because I will return to the city with an autopilot. So I'll have 98 of those instead of 99, but I think the rest of the items will be at 99, which is where I like them to be. Anyway, my tactics are simple enough. There's 3 different items, meat, portable potties, and medicine. There are 4 different Digimon, Weedmon, Gaborimon, Gotsumon, and the Penguinmon look-alike. And you have 3 options. You can either maintain the regular price, you can either maintain the price, so charge the regular price, or you can increase the price, or you can lower the price. If you choose to lower the price, then you can do it by one of 3 different steps. Lower it by 1 step, lower it by 2 steps, lower it by 3 steps. And if you raise the price, then you can raise it by one of 5 different steps, either 1 step, or 2 steps, or 3 steps, or 4 steps, or 5 steps. Goborimon, he is typically the most easygoing customer, the most willing to pay high. Well, let me begin by saying, when it comes to meat, I always charge the regular price because of how insignificant it is, how little it's worth. But with portable potties and medicine, that isn't the case because they have more value. With those 2 items, with Goborimon, I raise the price to the maximum. I raise it by all 5 steps. With Gotsumon, he's less easygoing. I tend to raise the price by 2 steps. Weedmon is the least easygoing customer, the least willing to pay big. With Weedmon, I tend to raise the price by just 1 step. And the Penguinmon lookalike, in my experiences, is entirely unpredictable and inconsistent. And it seems that no matter what I do, like, the probabilities don't get affected. Like, the probability of him storming off, the probability of him agreeing to pay the price, the probability of him trying to negotiate the price. It just doesn't, in my experiences, it doesn't seem to be affected by how much you charge. And with that in mind, with the Penguinmon lookalike, I charge the maximum price, because if it's not going to affect the odds, then I might as well go about it in a way where if it works out, then I'm going to make the biggest gain from it. You have to make a certain amount of profit in order for Monochromon to join the city. I think it's somewhere between 3,000 and 3,100. So if you manage a profit of 3,100 or more, then you're guaranteed to succeed with recruiting Monochromon. And the shift is divided into 2 halves, where you have 10 customers in the first half, 10 customers in the second half, although you do lose a customer every time a customer storms off. So if 1 customer storms off, you only get 19 customers. If 5 customers storm off, you only get 15 customers. And after doing really badly in the first half, things are looking a lot brighter at the moment. At the end of the first half, I was thinking this is a definite foul. But at the moment, I'm now feeling a lot more positive, a lot more optimistic. This can end successfully. But I'm not going to be helped by meat. Right, if I charge the maximum, I'll reach the target. Well, we get another chance. Same item, so same situation. We got there. Okay, I was lucky with the most frustrating recruit, well, what is usually the most frustrating recruit. I also got lucky with Piximon, who is among the most frustrating recruits, although the other 2 most frustrating recruits, Mumemon and Metal Mumemon, luck was not so much on my side. But Monochromon has been recruited. We are up to 96 prosperity points. That is the challenge done. Digimon World Mixed Type Challenge, starting with the Vaccine Digimon Agumon, Digivolve into the Data Digimon Tyrannomon, Digivolve into the Virus Digimon Megadramon, achieving 96 prosperity points, which was the most that we could have achieved because of us not being allowed to digivolve to Numamon or Muncymon, making Muncymon and Numamon unrecruitable, costing us 4 prosperity points, bringing the usual maximum of 100 down to 96. Yes, Monochrommon's joined. Yes, 96 prosperity points. No, Angemon doesn't have any hints for us. We can save. We can pause. And I can say to all you viewers, thank you very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. And I hope to see you with whatever it is that I do next.